also tweaked some firearm specs, and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns, and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In the new Dino Ground, how do you tame a Velociraptor? Well, first we have to go to a primal zone. The Velociraptors here will automatically attack when approached. Having some basic armor and a firearm is a must. Typically, Velociraptors rush at you to attack. Although each swipe won't do too much damage on its own, any loss in health is bad for survivability. The risk of getting sandwiched between a Velociraptor and another player is high. So, you can try battling with Velociraptors in a more roundabout way. Simply put, wait for the Velociraptor to commit to an attack, observe the direction it will rush towards, and dodge to the side as soon as you can. Once you've gotten out of the way, open fire to attack. If you're quick on your feet, you can even circle around to attack the Velociraptor from behind to deal damage to some rather tender spots. A defeated Velociraptor will change from green to brown, and approaching it will give you the option to tame it. This means that you'll be able to ride it now. Although only one player can ride a Velociraptor at a time, it has a truly impressive jumping ability. Basic obstacles can be leapt over with ease, making it really easy for one player to safely traverse the map. It's also the ability that lets Velociraptors reach high-up platforms. In the fringes of the Primal Zone, there are crates located on high platforms. Jump up with a Velociraptor, which can quickly get you combat ready when running low on supplies. For those who wish to unleash the power of aerial hoops, you can't miss out on this guide. You'll get to soar through the sky on these new pterosaurs. We know the pterosaurs mainly gather in the primal zone. As soon as someone invades the space, they will start attacking the intruder. Dealing with pterosaurs is quite simple. When a pterosaur is in the air, focus fire on it. When it attacks and flies towards you, be sure to dodge to either side. After dodging the pterosaur's throws, it will swoop down and attack you with its claws. Although it may be a fast attack, once we avoid its attack, we can make use of this moment to counterattack. Approach the defeated pterosaur to start taming it. Once tamed, you can ride it as a mount. Control the pterosaur when flying to have a smooth journey regardless of the terrain. When riding the pterosaur in the sky, you have a wider field of view, which is suitable for scouting enemies. If you get ambushed by enemies on the ground, you can easily escape by flying up into the sky. Don't worry if a teammate is with you, as the pterosaur can grab a teammate to fly away together. Woohoo! This skill can also be used on an enemy, but they can also break free and trigger their parachute to avoid taking fall damage. Hence, it can't be used to directly attack enemies. After taming a pterosaur, don't just travel across the map aimlessly. You can search for hovering hoops in the primal zone. Ride a pterosaur to participate in the Hoops Challenge to earn points, which can be used to redeem dino treasure. Once you have enough supplies, you can fly toward the final play zone without any worries.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 will be available soon. Let's check out the new updates in Classic Mode. In this update, we'll be introducing a new full auto mod attachment, which can be used with the M16A4 and MK47. Equip it to get a full auto firing mode. In terms of firearm adjustments, we've also updated the SMG. Now, you retain full movement speed when an SMG is equipped, which allows it to be even more dynamic and flexible in battle. What's more, melee weapons have been unified to just the machete. You're automatically equipped with a machete upon entering a match or respawning. You can also automatically switch to your melee weapon when putting away your firearm. This feature can be enabled or disabled in the settings. Movement speed with a melee weapon will be the same as when unarmed. In the new version, we've made loads of adjustments to vehicle spawns and maps. The monster truck has been added to Erangel, while the UAZ has been added to Sanuk and Myanmar. The Murado open top has also been added to Erangel, Sanuk, and Nusa. Furthermore, when driving a Murado open top, you can now use the button to open and close the roof to enjoy the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Gather your friends and take it out for a spin. You can now purchase the QBZ from supply shops in Livik. At the same time, the AKM has been removed from supply shops. The companion spectating system debuts in the new version. After getting eliminated, you'll enter a spectating mode where you can transform into your companion to spectate your teammates. You can run, jump, swim, and even perform companion emotes to make spectating even more enjoyable. Naturally, when spectating as your companion, you're unable to see enemies nor supplies. If you don't have a companion, or if your companion doesn't support spectating mode, you'll transform into Ray by default to spectate the match. Hurry and give it a try. This time, we've improved the chicken dinner animation. After placing the statue, you and your teammates can celebrate your victory with a victory dance. If a teammate leaves a match on Spawn Island, the team's remaining players can also leave the match without receiving a point or merit penalty, as long as it's before jumping from the plane. After eliminating training bots in the training grounds, you can see the effects of upgraded firearms, such as their elimination broadcasts. We've also added a shooting distance display below the damage display to stationary targets. In this update, vehicles are now supported in creation mode, where it has its own photo and video templates. When using your video templates, you can now configure a list of companion emotes to play. When the camera's rolling, your companion will perform its emotes in the order of the list. When using creation mode in Erangel, during the day or dusk, you can use the new day-night cycle feature. You can control the day and night cycle to freely switch between day, dusk, and night. That's it for the main updates in Classic Mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone. Let's check out the Metro Royale updates in this new version. In this new version, we've added 2 new attachments. The first is the gun shield, which is compatible with the DP28 and the M249. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when you lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. The other is the full auto mod, which is compatible with the M16A4 and MK47. Once equipped, you can get a full auto firing mode that increases your rate of fire. These attachments can be obtained during the match or purchased from the black market. Try it out yourself. In this update, you'll encounter 2 new types of PvE enemies in Misty Port's basic and advanced maps, Velociraptors and Pterosaurs. They're both fast and strong. Are you ready to challenge them? In the Metro Royale lobby, you can now see your companion. You can interact with it and have it perform companion emotes. That's a wrap for the main updates in Metro Royale. For more details, be sure to follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
I've heard that the T-Rex is the strongest vehicle in the new version. How so? First, when it comes to traversing the map, the T-Rex is pretty fast. Together with the special dash skill, the T-Rex gets a speed boost and higher top speed. When it runs at full speed, the T-Rex can hit a peak of 120 kilometers per hour. If you encounter a massive obstacle, you can cancel it at any time. Apart from dashing on the ground, the T-Rex can easily cross rivers. It's able to easily traverse different kinds of environments and help the team enter the final play zone. Second, the T-Rex also has an attack skill. It can use roar on enemies, which causes damage and screen shake to enemies in the vicinity. In a split second, players on the receiving end are knocked down, and your teammates only need to finish them off. If the T-Rex gets attacked during its roar, you can tap the skill button to cancel it before repositioning yourself. When riding a T-Rex, your line of sight is elevated, which increases your chances of finding enemies. Not only that, it's also harder for enemies to shoot at you. How can I get this powerful vehicle? At the start of the match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. All you need to do is make your way over and destroy the fossil keepsgate before the countdown ends to save the T-Rex. However, there'll be tons of enemies who want the T-Rex, so a battle is inevitable. Make use of cover in the settlement to reposition yourself and launch your attacks. Otherwise, you can find the right time to take the driver's seat on the T-Rex and use roar on the enemies to swiftly take control of the battle. The T-Rex is a mount with 1 rider and 3 passengers, thus supporting an entire squad. So hop on a T-Rex with your teammates and enter the final play zone together. What's the most popular vehicle in the game? The new T-Rex is here. Everyone, make way for it. To obtain this formidable T-Rex, you must keep an eye out for the Dino Settlement icon in Air Angle and Livic. This is the only place you can get your hands on a T-Rex. Take Air Angle as an example. After the match has started for a certain amount of time, a large T-Rex that can be ridden with teammates will spawn randomly in one of the settlements. Not only can the T-Rex help you reach higher places and easily obtain specific supplies, but it can also cross rivers and make it easier for you to enter the play zone. Most importantly, its roar can intimidate and damage enemies. And it becomes unstoppable when cooperating with teammates. If you wish to rescue the T-Rex, all you need to do is destroy the fossil keep's gate of the settlement where the T-Rex spawns. There are loads of supplies piled up in every corner of the dino settlement. When searching, don't overlook the small tents. Furthermore, you should look out for small packages hanging on the shelves. You'll find weapons and supplies inside after destroying them. However, you should keep in mind that there'll certainly be enemies who will come forth to compete for the T-Rex. With defenses all around the settlement, it's easy to get ambushed. Make use of the surrounding cover to counterattack. It's alright if you somehow get eliminated. When you enter the settlement, a respawn card will automatically appear in your backpack. Thus, everyone gets a free chance to return to the battleground. Upon clinching a successful victory, you can ride the T-Rex with your teammates and enjoy the thrill of a whole new perspective. In the vastness of Air Angle, there are many primal zones scattered across the map. These are the protected habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. Tame them to ride them as mounts. Sounds enticing, huh? But primal zones aren't a great landing spot. Wild velociraptors and pterosaurs will indiscriminately attack all players. So when you don't have any gear, this makes for a very difficult situation. If by bad luck you end up encountering an enemy, it's very possible that you'll be caught between a ferocious dinosaur and enemy attack. So, the best way to get to a primal zone is to first search for basic weapons and armor in nearby buildings, and then head over when you're fit for battle. If you manage to defeat a velociraptor or pterosaur, you'll be able to tame them. After taming, you'll have access to a brand new mount. Velociraptors have really fast movement speed and are unhindered by many obstacles, meaning they're great for getting around the map. However, only one player can ride a velociraptor at a time, so they're not as ideal for teams. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, can take to the skies. They can also grab a teammate to bring them along. Do keep in mind that, even though enemies can also be grabbed, they'll still parachute safely to the ground if you drop them from high up, so you can't directly damage them in this way. Aside from using them to travel and attack, taming these two dinosaurs also lets you play some mini-games. You can play pterosaur hoops and velociraptor jumping. The more points you score, the better the crate supplies will be. What's more, the Primal Zone is home to cute baby raptors. Players can get close and feed them. But keep your distance from adult velociraptors, or you just might get hurt.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the Dino Hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the Primal Zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the Full Auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The three prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone and welcome. Today is the most exciting day because today is day 1 and again we're back here at the PMPL SEA Wildcards with me, Tash Bunny and Choo Choo Gaming, and I'm really excited because today is the day where we discover which teams will be moving on to the next part and which teams, or which regions rather, will not be making it to the next part and be going home.
Yeah, we talked about last season. I think it was still this year. If you guys have no clue what we're talking about, it was spring before, now going into fall season. And speaking of which, back then it used to be a champion, which is going to be GE in the last minute push, coming out into grand finals in spring, get themselves into PMSL. Now this time won't be the same, Tash, because we do know for a fact there's a lot of rookie teams coming in here this time, but the players not so rookie.
It's really interesting when you think about rookie teams because they are practically new teams. But when you think about the dynamics here about these players, some of them are new names, while some of them are a little bit older. And I'm liking the fact that some of these teams are being a little bit more proactive in finding a teammate that is a little bit more on the veteran side. Now, what exactly I would say differentiates new players with new teams with older teams is just honestly experience. And even though some older teams have not won yet, what you really want to look out for is their experience and how they're expected to lead and navigate through the competitive pressure. But enough about that, because right now the ultimate set is coming soon here. The Crimson Affiliates seizes victory, and I think this is a really nice skin because it has a lot of, I would say, particles as well as detail.
Yeah, the Crimson Affiliates seizes victory. This is the skin coming out from the Greek mythology, which called Affiliates actually equivalent to Nightmare. So it's Crimson Nightmare, sort of a Greek mythology skin. But next one, we do have the Jurassic kind of a theme where big updates coming in the world of wonder. And from today, you can play Fancy Parker and even summon dinosaurs at PUBG Mobile. So don't forget to take part in the World of Wonder Dinosaur Go. So let's play dinosaur creation and unlock the rewards for you exclusively during this time. I mean, like, I would love a T-Rex myself. If only you can keep T-Rex as pets, right?
You know, there's also something that's really exciting about this game. It's always been the vehicles, and I feel like there hasn't been a lot of love given to the bikes. And this time around, we have a Ducati in the game and a race to victory. So if you guys are there to look cool as you race through the entire maps of whether it's going to be Myanmar or even Erangel, these are the bikes for you.
Yeah, well, I love the Ducati Panigale, especially with the V4S. I mean, like, I'm a biker myself. But also, we do have the all-new RP series, A series, available for you guys right now. The newly added modification material piece helps you upgrade your favorite weapon faster, and newly added mythic emblem fragment helps you to redeem loads of popular mythic sets. And not just the RP, with another new team mode, which can be the Dino Ground.
You know, there's also something really cool about this because it's kind of like a Monster Hunter World meets Jurassic Park kind of thing, and I'm really liking that you can have this kind of fun in the game with the Dino Power or Dino Ground. And I think it's always really important to think about like how, you know, amongst the seriousness, we can also have some fun play. But for a little while, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect today. So this is the 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall. And today is week number 1 from the 31st all the way to the 4th of June, where we have 20 teams that will be playing 5 matches per day from Wednesday all the way till Sunday. And we are going to be putting them into 5 groups, into 4 groups per match. That means 1 group will not be playing in each match.
And not just that, when it comes to week number 1, it's a preset roster of grouping when it comes to the group itself. But for second week, it will be based on their week 1 ranking. So it's really crucial, extremely crucial for these guys to pull everything they have in the first week. And not just that, you saw the point system still the same as last season. But the one who are actually marching next stage, we do have the fall finals coming up very soon for South Asia World Cup fall finals later, and each region will have their only 1 slot for them for this time, just the same like spring.
I think it's really fun when you think about it because I mean, you talked about how, you know, GE was the team that was making it out alive at the last one. I'm curious to see which region or which country will be making it out here, whether it be from, you know, the usual regions or whether it be wildcard. It's always fun to see which country is always constantly improving. Now, let's talk about the points for now. Now, we are seeing point system for the first place getting 20 points, which is the chicken dinner. And then moving on, the points are going to be decreasing all the way up to the 20th place. You have a weekly big bonus here where points will be awarded for each week for the weekly rankings, and it's going to be snowballing moving forward. So that means each team or each player will have to be constantly on their toes to make it to the next point.
Right, coming up for the group, here we go. Group A, B, C, D, and E already being divided with here we go. Coming up, rookie team this time. Taking Group A with AVMPX, Ozja Esports or OJAS here, and PBE Playbook Esports taking Group A. Group B, we have Magna, Falcon, KE, Rami Bros, and Group C, we have CFU Gaming, Ravenwood, or known as Hyena Ravens, YG Sen, Group D, GE, FOD, WPM. You guys get the drill, right? I cannot read every single one of it because of how bad it's switching. But the usual, as per say, it's going to be the same map, Tash.
Yeah, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. I think I'm liking the fact that, I think that previously when I used to cast Sanhok was always the last map of the day. But having Sanhok first, in my opinion, puts this map out, it's sort of like get it out of the way. It's a great warm-up map. It puts you in a more aggressive sort of mindset moving into the maps like Erangel or Miramar. Because for me, personally, you're gonna see a lot of set plays as well as a lot of the, I would say, the ideas as well as the, what's the word for it? The strategies really executed in these maps compared to like Sanhok itself. Sanhok, as we know, is a lot more, I would say, RNG. You never really can tell what's going to be happening until toward maybe the smaller circles where it goes either from the big island, the middle island, or even the smallest one. So that's where it gets a little bit more tricky. Regardless, aggressive play will be the one that will be rewarding you, and I'm hoping that we'll be seeing more of that today, because me and Chuchu were talking about this yesterday about how, in a lot of the maps, the first 15 minutes is usually quiet time, but what if we didn't have that?
Yep, and not just that, regarding about the grouping itself, when it comes to the map, right? We're going to talk about Group A will not be playing for the first map of the day and the first day itself. Here we go again, FVMPX, Olja Esports and PBE will not be playing here. So this is going to be our caster's prediction. For me, to justify what I actually stated down there, which is going to be West Point Mumbai, Sin and GE. I mean, like GE, come on, we do know when it comes to the league, maybe they're not the best. But when it comes to the grand finals, when it comes to the sprint, they can deliver. But West Point Mumbai, grand finals, a bit of a problem. The marathon, they have the strength and stamina for it. And for Sin, I mean, like, I'm hoping for this team to give us something for this season, because they were close in the last season.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Jungle Galacticos has been such, I think, a household name here when you think about PUBG Mobile in that region in general. I mean, we all know that Marne is insane. He's a rusher and a flanker, and also, if you remember, he was also a Terminator gunslinger. He got the Gunslinger Award for the Wildcard for PMPL SEA Spring, which is very recent. So I'm kind of hoping to see him really continue on this streak. Now, moving on into FOD, Five of Danger, I feel like they are very consistent. I think we've been seeing them consistently on the top 5, I believe, from Spring. And I think that with what they've learned and moving forward to Fall, I think they can consistently come through. And I would be surprised if they didn't go into the grand finals later, because they have good stamina in leagues as well as the playoffs as well. Now, KE, KE. We talk about Nang X. Sorry, we talk about veterans in the scene. They are definitely looking for redemption. Davan was played like crazy in the 30-second SEA Games. So with teams that have already played in 30-second SEA Games, I'm really curious to see how exactly their playstyle would translate into the first one today, which is going to be Sanhok.
Speaking of Sanhok, let's straight fly into the first map of the day. We're back into Sanhok. There's so many dramas, by the way, Tash, if you don't know. I mean, drama and PUBG Mobile and any esports scene is pretty much inseparable for now. But we do have the flight path more towards the southern side. We're going from the side of Langkawi down to the side of Tambang. Now, this is going to be a bit more favoring on the southern part if they want to drop there. But we do know there'll be a lot of teams wanting to go bootcamp early before. We saw that before for the dry runs. And I'm not sure if there's going to be early skirmishes for bootcamp. Like we mentioned early on, it's so important for these guys to mark their territories when it comes to the first day. They need to snitch. They need to just take away all these positions
so
at
fast.
first. So, yeah, and Camp Bravo it is. I did not expect Camp Bravo, but YG and also CFU Gaming having a bit of skirmishes, early ones, just to mark out these territories is there to take.
This is an interesting thing. I mean, we were already expecting aggressive gameplay, but hold that thought, because Andrew, down for the count, Zen immediately sends into the lobby. Marne, I believe him and his teammate are the last two remaining alive. Now, coming back into, I was talking about there's a CFU and YG here. I was already expecting this to happen on day number 1. We don't really know where each team might be dropping. We can only know after, like, I think 2 or 3 rounds of play. And then this is where I think the teams will be marking as we go into day 2, day 3, and so on. But coming into this particular part of the island, KE, side by side with Enigma. And I think it's really interesting how these two teams are meeting. I would say these two have been not only, I would say, powerhouses, but individually, they're all very skilled. The top is the first one to spot him out, but Caps was the one who shoots first. You notice just now the top tried to cook up that nade, but Caps just catches him off guard. Pop goes the Weasel is how he's playing. And a little bit of a scout out coming through here, and Enigma is leaving nothing to chance, but their hesitation might be biting them back in the butt because they're allowing them to reset. Kaya rushing forward, but Koopa does eventually go down. Javan eating a lot of damage, forced to take cover behind this building as Sean will be taking down a 1-for-1 trade here at the very least. These two teams are taking a lot of damage and losing a lot of damage, a lot of team members so very early, and this is something a lot of people don't want to see.
Not just that, we're talking about bootcamp, which is going to be their central or the center part of a map itself. If they actually extend this fight far too long, it's going to be a bit problematic for them if there's any team passing by anytime soon. The side of Enigma, they do actually have a bit of a recuperation done. They managed to reset themselves and got themselves back up their feet, but the problem is they don't have any healing utilities. They need to pick themselves as fast as possible. FOD approaching on the other side. They need to wrap things up as fast as they can, but KE still aggressively trying to find them for more and just bloodthirsty right now, trying to find themselves a couple of more frags until they will be leaving this compound. But also don't forget the new team mode Dino Ground is already available since the 18th of May, if I'm not mistaken. You guys can test it out. But back towards the skirmish that we're having right now, this is what I fear for both teams right at the very moment, because we do see and witnessing FOD just start to approaching on the corner of the side of the map itself. So on the side of Enigma, at least they got themselves some healing utilities, but it will not be enough. They barely got any. They only got a couple of bandages and that's it.
Spooky like his name. He is the one feeling spooked right now. I mean, in terms of Enigma, they're still very healthy and happy. They didn't take a lot of damage out of that fight. And it's actually quite surprising that KE managed to get a reset only losing one, because it looked very scary just now as we all saw team members for both teams dropping left and right. And this is what I talk about in terms of hesitation. Sometimes you want to see that high risk play to come through, especially so early. Like, yeah, you don't have the proper, I would say, the healing, you don't have enough weapons, but when you know a member has already been knocked down, I would love to see a little bit more aggression coming through, making sure that you actually finish your food. And speaking of finishing food here, Amas, the first one knocked down, West Point Mamba's player. Don't know if they're going to be able to go for that reset. But the sound of the guns actually had brought some eyes to the area where KE and Enigma was earlier. This GE will be playing close by. Gerald as well knocked down. BRO, a very aggressive play coming forward. Migs already down and out for the count as Federalis waits in the side of another compound. I don't think he wants to take that risk. They have no clue how many players are on the outside. Few pushing up. They want to come in from so many different angles. We see Federalis prepping up that nade. Whether or not it's actually hitting is the question here. I think everyone knows where he is. One nade goes out. Gerald eating a lot of damage. But Joseph from a different area does find MM. Weird situation. We are already expecting these three-way fights to happen, but not this early as Federalis. He's throwing out as many nades as he can. I don't think he even got a single pick. Few tries to rush forward. The DBS, you can hear it just rushing out here, but Few will be fighting Federalis, and just like that, West Point Mamba, first team, eliminated.
You guys can blame me for Caster's curse now, as West Point Mamba, surprisingly, the first one ousted in this map, in this very match here. But we talked about Enigma and KE at the same time early on, have been taking bootcamp for the longest time, while on the other side, GE is eyeing them on the other end, on top of those hills, just across bootcamp. But not too far off, we witnessed where West Point Mamba got obliterated just on the southern part of bootcamp itself, on the outskirts of Painan, not too far off from where they're standing here right now for Enigma and also KE. GE still hesitant to make a move. They're waiting for them to actually have a clash first and playing as a third party. Whilst we do have the other teams start to push forward, including Sin, I'm looking for Holy Lunge's performance. His nades were incredible in last season, but back on the side of YG and also which going to be the rookie team MQN or Magna, will try to place themselves in a very uncomfortable place. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's where they want to be the longest time. They definitely want to get into the intersection where YG is holding themselves onto. But back on the top of bootcamp, this has been going on for the longest time. Enigma want to fight KE, but the distance will not allow them to push forward. The open field of that street will jeopardize the entirety of Enigma when they start to push. So it's best for them to actually wait it out, but for how much longer? They need to loot up. They need to build the resources because it will not be enough for now.
Enigma still hasn't moved at all from the area, and I don't blame them. Circle doesn't really call for a shift quite yet. And in my opinion, moving out of this compound is going to be a nightmare for them. GE on the top side, high ground. And you know, it's quite interesting because BRO was the team to take down West Point Mamba in this compound. And now suddenly they're the team that's stuck inside of this area. You can see that FOD is just leering like a bunch of vultures on the high ground. It's making it so hard for them to leave the area or even rotate out, because as soon as they leave the area, that high ground will be the bane of their existence unless they're able to get really lucky. They do try to shoot FOD out as they go for that rotate, but a very tanky vehicle like that is going to be very hard as they move forward. But when you talk, just now earlier, I was just talking about YG and about their legacy. We always talk about Marne, and you know, clearly they're not having a great start right now. They lost 2 players already, and I think that for YG, when you think about them as well as, you know, their household name in their region, there is a reason why. They've been, I would say, they are a very veteran team, especially when you think about Loki. They had a good presence in the APAC Fall Cup, the 3rd place last year in 2022. They're Myanmar's top team. But when it comes to the wildcards, when it comes to going a little bit further, it seems like they can't just find their footing on that sweet spot to progress forward. And why do you think is that, Chuchu?
YG, their difficulty will be about having a bit of a change. Sometimes they're complacent and a bit stagnant, a bit too overthinking sometimes regarding making a move and just trying to be uncomfortable at times. And sometimes when you doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, it's so easy to predict this guy's position. And you know, to counter that kind of play is so easy, just to do something they don't expect, be surprising. That's what GE, it's all about adaptation in PUBG Mobile, really. Were you willing to take the chances and risk yourself to take a fight like what GE done just now? That's the beauty of GE sometimes. They're willing to adapt. They're willing to fit the mold if needed to, even though it's very uncomfortable for them. YG, yes, they are a legacy. They've been legends in the wildcard region for the longest time, but the problem is not much change been done for the past few years, and that's why they have been down there for the longest time as well. The problem is, will they willing to make a turn out of it? But back to the side of Sin, on foot, surprisingly, in an open field as well, very risky, but they're willing to take the move just because the circle will move away from them. And we do know it's going to be in between Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, might be around the junctions in between there. That's going to be a common circle, but GE, you know what, while they're waiting for the other team to make a move, they're trying to scout out for a couple of frags while doing that. That's what different if you compare with all the teams that are in the wildcard region. Now, if you talked about GE, even they are number 1 in wildcards. Why can't they actually make it up for Southeast Asia League? Why is it so difficult for them to actually try to do, you know, something that extraordinary or make themselves in the top 5? One of the many reasons because they're not used to those sudden adaptation of the teams when they change their rotation and change their route to a map. But we do have CFU having a bit of a skirmish against another team from afar. We're talking about long fights. Here we go. In between those terrains, those uneven terrains and river in between, GE taking the long shots. This is what I talk about GE. They don't just waiting and doing nothing, instead one particular direction. They're willing to turn 360 degrees to find any sort of opportunities they can while waiting. And the circle will shift here. Definitely Sin is the furthest away, come up from the smallest Camelfart Island. But in between Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, again, we have no clue where the circle will end up here.
It's a very interesting circle, very centralized, but yet with a body of water in the middle. So you can already expect while anyone is just crossing either by the bridge or swimming, there are gonna be someone or some people going for those picks. Regardless, YG, regardless of losing half their team so early, they're doing a very good job at staying alive. Not the best in terms of positioning, but look at how they're playing this. A very, I would say, a nice little area while one person's inside. Romeo Boy is inside and Marne is outside, which allows him to rotate and quickly move. And Romeo Boy can provide cover if need be. But then this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because KE hasn't moved from this area quite yet. They've held this area for a long time. They were actually neighbors with Enigma for quite a while now. And I think that it's quite nice that you have all these compounds to work with, But given the fact that the circle is pulling away, moving away from areas with compounds is where it gets a little tricky because there's a lot of compounds to not only clear, a lot of corners, and with the DBS so easily available in everyone's hands, if you don't check one single area or if you just pass by, because we all know that jump shots are very tricky to counter, it's so easy just to get knocked immediately. And as I expected, we're already seeing some fishies swimming toward land here. It's going to be TGOA who's going to be finding their way, and Vipers will be the one to wait. The question is whether or not they're quick enough or as speedy enough as Vipers to just catch them before they hit land.
The guys of Asian, I love these teams' names. I mean, like, you cannot...
It's too complicated to say, man. It's so long.
It's projecting as themselves. They are the guys of Asian. You cannot deny that. But can they be the best of Asians? Yeah, as Vipers shutting them down from afar. With the Blues and pressuring them at the back, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to get out from that tight zone. On the side of G-Lab, they do have a bit of a visual on the side of Falcon, but Newbie scouting over the other side just to make sure everything's clear for the rest of the team to actually march forward and try to advance towards the circle. But back about the circle, I worry about the teams that are actually on top of bootcamp. Yes, great, you got the fortress to hold on to, but the problem is, do you have enough to survive in case another team... we will be talking about not just one team, maybe multiple teams pushing at the same time. Surprisingly, Magna taking the fight from afar, and that's going to be a newbie and rookie team coming into this scene, and boy, it's not so rookie. Shutting down on Hyena Raven, baby, who's actually a female. You know what? Hyena Raven's having 3 female players and 1 male player, and baby is one of the tier 1 player of Malaysia. For the female scene, and the circle happened to be shifting on top of that small patch of violet. What are the odds? Ended up in no man's land. Hey, at least TGOA, the guys of Asian, can read that in advance, and they are swimming over that side.
This is not my first rodeo seeing this circle this month. Recently at IESF, this same circle was played, and it was Indonesia that took a gamble and just held down the area, and we were expecting the circle to pull toward mainland, but it didn't. And because Indonesia was holding on to the area, and what me and Fixes were suspecting is that everyone will be rotating off, and Indonesia was hoping to just die on the island. But you know, luck in their hands, they managed to get it. But if you look at a kill feed here, we're seeing a lot of, I would say, 3-way fights coming through, where it's not a 4 versus 4 skirmish or a full team skirmish. It's more rather just picks on picks, anyone rotating into the circle, anyone trying to pass by the area. And I think that's the most tricky part about not getting your area in the circle very early, because this map is so tiny and it's very terraneous. And on top of that, when you have guns that are mid to long range, you can already pretty much get a very big advantage compared to other maps at the same time. Now, for G-Lab, they're a very interesting team, I feel, because when we look at them, they're full of potential. But I was shocked at how last season, consistency wasn't necessarily in their books. I can't tell whether it's more of them not being able to adapt to other teams or figure out the way they're rotating. But at the same time, I have a lot... Let's just hold that thought first, because this is why Yangon Galacticos in trouble. They've been holding onto this compound for quite a while now, but that damage coming in towards Zen, it almost immediately gets deleted. But Romeo boy is just making them work. The Molly will flush him out, and eventually he does go down. Hang takes him out, but not before he deals quite a lot of damage onto him. Not too sure where exactly Marnie went, though. He was alone for some time.
Not really. They are working as a duo for YG with his teammate boy, if I'm not mistaken, Romeo boy, for the longest time, just trying to scout out and make sure they're not being noticed by the other teams. But I do know for a fact Magna is taking the fight against CFU, and at the same time Hyena Raven, which being eliminated now at 14th place. But CFU, they cannot be complacent. They have more than one thing to deal with. They want to step into the circle, and right now Magna is just breathing behind their neck, so they need to figure out how to shake them off right now, because Magna having their eyes set and locked on top of those teams. But Harami Bro seems like they are dominating this time. I mean, like, bros, they're working out great. Magna on the other end on the rampage as well. While we're talking about CFU, got himself also quite a number of elimination points. Enigma Caps taking on Bro Dale, or Dale, I think it's Dale, and being shut down. Man. And back to a side of QB, feels like more than a 3-way warrior. possibly 5 teams in the same vicinity. FOD shut their dreams of in Sun out quite from far.
That was a really, really good shot by them and a great way to just really seal that deal in terms of points. And I know that a lot of people really but criticize players who play third party. But, as I say, third party is always a strat. And especially on this map, where it's so easy to just keep quiet and just get those picks, those extra points could mean the difference between life and death. And speaking of life and death here, KE will be the team that's moving away. I think they want to give the space to them at least to allow them to reposition, perhaps set up a situation where they're allowed to trade or even rush or swing together. But the Vipers, not looking to pick that fight. All they want is this compound. But look at those shots from the outside of the area here. APG in trouble, and GE finds the members of G-Lab. Not quite sure what happened there. AFCON getting the grenade eliminator, I think it's something a lot of teams will have to pay attention to. And just speaking of FOD, earlier they were able to go for those long-range picks, but surprise, surprise, Karma works wonders as the other members of GE will be the one to find the members of FOD. You can tell that they want to go for that reset, but GE playing very, very safely this time around, not overextending. They understand the implications of being a little bit too greedy to get those points, and understanding that they're able to get picked off by other teams off guard so very far. If they don't secure those kills soon though, either their kills would be stolen or they'll just bleed to death, just denying them those points. And as the circle pushes the Vipers, you have no choice but to give away that compound and walk straight into KE's hands. And looks like the circle favoring GE as well as MQN.
Yeah, I want to mention that GE potentially got arguably the toughest and maybe the most best point of view when it comes to this small hill, and not just that, maybe possibly the best place to be at right now based on their position, and they still got themselves a 4-man to work with. And not just that, they can cover every single view there is surrounding them, including those actually staying in the warehouse. Yes, the warehouse seems like pretty much a strong fortress to hold on to just now before the circle shifts again, but the problem is wanting to get out from the warehouse. The problem with warehouses is going to be the moment you step out from those step out from those 4 walls or coming up from this warehouse is already a difficult task to begin with, because it's an open street, an open field, everybody can see you through, and this is a big opportunity for GE to shut them down. KE tried to stop on Vipers, but the problem is these teams are not aware. They do have APG breathing down their necks. We're talking about exit already, making sure they have an exit for these two teams, but Vipers losing man while KE struggling to keep their boat afloat. They lost 1 man in the process, and now the Blues start to shrink, and KE likely to have to face again GE, who's eyeing them out since the longest time there is, including Magna. GE, high chances they might actually get this chicken and based on their position right now, but FOD will be the one that eliminate their process of thoughts when it comes to getting those chickens. GE taking advantage as much as they can. They got themselves 4 eliminations by now, and they can keep it going because nobody is contesting GE, taking them away from these high hills.
Oh man, look at those picks from so many different teams, from so many different angles. It's hard for anyone to even rotate. Now holding down this middle area for GE, it's complicated. They do have high guard advantage, but it's such an open area, which means that from the bottom side, if they were to get a pick, they're not able to follow up or secure those kills. MQN, not necessarily inside of the circle, but they do have some time. What they can do here is just try to pick off anyone who's playing on the top side, but for GE, they are aware that the team is close by. They can play the gatekeepers, but at what cost? Because they're being fired at and being shot at from so many different angles, because the circle doesn't really give them the full advantage. As I said before, an open area, no cover. If they want, they might have to get some vehicles, but before that, hold that thought, because we're down to our top 5 as the other members of FCON will be rushing up the top. APG as well. Surprisingly, we had a lot of questions about them last season, but they're looking a lot stronger this time around, making it top 5. They're so very aggressive. If you guys had your eyes onto the kill feed earlier, they were getting picks left and right. I am so curious to see how many picks they've had so far. when they didn't really go or commit into those full fights. It was more of picks. It was more of catching anyone off guard in terms of the rotations. Now GE forced into a prone, and what Smile's going to be doing is just throwing out those throwables. Maybe perhaps some smokes would help them a lot. MQN just making a beeline for that circle, and this area of the rock will be what they're trying to go for, but FCON will be just spraying them out. It's so complicated. 2 down, almost 3. Yes, it does. And immediately down to our top 4 teams. And just like that, GE as well in trouble. Smile all alone. What are you gonna do? He's hiding prone inside of the smoke. But look at his jump shot coming in from Shroud. It's so nasty. Exit as well from behind the rock. A great isolate, picking them off one by one, spraying off in the smokes and the area as well as the grass, just to make sure no one is there.
FOD losing a lot of men. Well, Falcon, it feels like APG do have the numbers, but do they have the sight for the other teams? GE Smart in between with the DBS already prepared in the hand, while the rest of Falcon start to push, and FOD just next to them. Joseph and John trying to make sure they can actually shut down on Cloud, but Smile finally being shut down inside of FOD and the rest of the teams. FOD take themselves quite a number with APG. 13 eliminations, and actually got himself 6 by those 13s himself. And the rest of the teams, they're trying to just fight against the blue, which is not going to be your friend right now. FOD slowly creeping into the center, but actually just got 1 tree in between him and nothing else. FOD do have the numbers, but it's going to be a crossfire between APG and the Falcon. Now pushing forward together. FOD John shut down. APG, the chicken that has been long waited for so many seasons. Exit secured the most eliminations in the first match. And APG, what a banger of a match just now. Double-digit eliminations on top of that chicken dinner. A strong start for them, setting the tone for the rest of the teams out there.
I am shocked because I was looking at Exit's inventory. All he had were 2 molly. His shield, his helmet were all almost out. He had no heals. And I was like, okay, that's fine. They have a lot of eliminations. It will work out for them anyway. But what I didn't realize was that the change maker of the game was Falcon. How they just came out, got that pick, and immediately Exit was just waiting for that chance to strike. And as soon as that happened, he swung out and just secured everything. They weren't able to react at all. And in that situation where you're in a high ground area with no cover, it's always going to be who strikes first. And Exit knew when exactly to do that. And Exit with this time, not only with 80 eliminations, look at the damage he put in. For 740. As I said before, it isn't the highest amount of damage that we have seen, but it is high enough for one player. And on top of that, we talked about how most of their picks weren't really a 4v4. I think in this scenario for Sanox, they understood what they wanted to do. I would say that they had a game plan coming into this game, which is to not only get eliminations, but the way that they want to approach eliminations is not to go for a 4v4. It's not to go for an all-out fight, but to secure an area that is good enough for them to hold, but gives them enough cover and also provides them a vantage point to pick off teams who are in the middle of those rotations. But the teams to watch right now will be APG, FOD, FCON, and GE. And honestly, for FOD, FCON, and GE, these are usually the top 3s that we would see even in the PMPL Wildcard SEA Spring. But for APG, remember, I don't know, I had this conversation with Chuchu, how APG never really had that consistency, and this is a great start as well as a statement match for them, like starting off strong in the beginning of the first day.
I mean, like APG, they have been longing the chicken for such a long time. I just wish they can actually have this sort of momentum for the entirety of the league, because the issue for APG as always is going to be their stamina. When it comes to the long league, we talked about 2 weeks in a row now. I just wish they can maintain this consistency. We haven't seen a lot of Shroud. Back then it's always about Shroud of APG. But actually this time, this Burmese player coming up from the Cambodian team really just shows how valuable he is as an asset for the team. With those numbers of eliminations, he's been playing smart. Example here, we saw an early fight between 2 teams. APG actually the only one trying to just, go for the flank, trying to find any pick and kills, any fragments, and possibly just translate into a point for the team and trying to contribute as much as he can by taking a risk, trying to venture out by himself on the sideline. And he just portrays so much while taking such a big risk for himself, have to take care of himself with nobody else giving support at his back. it just shows that how much he can make such a play for APG. But nonetheless, we talk about FOD, Falcon and GE, even Enigma, Magna surprisingly as a rookie team, and CFU Gaming giving a strong start at first, even though they don't have that much when it comes to rank of the points. But including Harame Pro and the CFU Gaming, you have to give a lot of respect for this team. They got quite a number of eliminations just by themselves without any help from the rank points.
I think it's really interesting when we talk about first day matches, because sometimes I get so excited about some teams, especially underdogs, coming into the first match of the day is very, very strong. 25 points is definitely something to brag about. But at the same time, I'm really hoping, I talk about consistency a lot here, and my idea of consistency is making it to the top 5, either getting those placement points or getting elimination points, and for me personally, getting around 5 to 8 points per game and not ending up below that every time you move forward is consistency. Yes, chicken dinner is very important. Yes, getting high eliminations is important, but if you're not able to deliver that every single round and having a heart attack every single time you want to go into your next match, it's going to be the best case scenario for you. And I'm really hoping that APG will be able to maintain this, because again, they had a roster shuffle, I think twice already now, coming into this season. I think, no, not twice, once this year. And I think it's always really exciting when you think about what kind of dynamics they bring through here. And I like the fact that Exit is able to play as aggressively as he wants to on this map. Now, the question is whether or not he can continue that aggression. Will his team enable that? Will his team provide the cover to allow him to take up as much space as well as put in a lot of damage as much as he wants to? Now, coming into the second match after this is where things get a lot more, I would say this is where the big boy pants come on, because this is the map of Myanmar, Erangel first, sorry. Myanmar, Erangel?
Erangel.
Oh yeah, Erangel. So this is where a lot of the, I would say, set plays to come through. But again, this is day number 1. You don't really know what to expect from teams until you move to the end of day 1 and day 2, because you have to understand how each team plays, what patterns are we looking for, drop spots, what kind of dynamics are they playing, and you don't really know who you're going up against until you get that first knock as well, which is when you start to really think like, okay, this team plays this way. But a team that is more, I would say, consistent would be ready for all cases, and I'm really looking forward to, what West Point Mamba especially would be doing, given the fact that they ended the game, in Sanok so early with 0 points. But this is our caster prediction. Choo Choo, why don't you tell us yours?
I mean, it's the same as previous one, but nobody actually tried to put down APG, because that was a surprising take coming out with
honestly,
such a number of eliminations. I mean, it's such a rare sight to see APG that aggressive. I'm loving this change coming up from APG, and not just that, next map will be Erangel, yes, with that Group B in it, which is going to be Magna Esports, Falcon Esports, KE, and Team Harame Pro. Now, those 4 teams I mentioned in Group B just now, having a great start in Sunhawk before. So, is this going to be a momentum, cutting their momentum off when it comes to, you have to rest for a bit when you have those adrenaline rush at first? But speaking of the next wrangle, now can APG really, make such a big game as they did in Sunhawk? Because like you mentioned before, Tash, this is where everything matters. For a fact, a wrangle in every single tournament is super important, especially in the first day when you want to mark your compound, you want to mark your territories. You have to make sure you are fighting for your territories before being snatched by somebody else. You don't want to be the case of like in the Sea League, which was these Avians versus Bacon time, when at the end of the day they have to give away Pachinki because they just cannot fight the gunfires, fight and brawls anymore, and they have to give the win last minute. And it's such a tough start if these guys cannot afford to secure their territory in the first day and have to deal with those unfamiliar, uncomfortable compounds they just have to settle with.
I think it's really important as well, but with YG, honestly, I had a feeling, or rather, I'm putting a lot of my faith on YG today because of the redemption arc storyline that I really wanted to see from them. Or rather, this is our time sort of situation. They come so close at times. Just now, I think that Marne and Romeo Boy had like a really good run in terms of survivability. They did manage to get, I would say, placement points, but personally for me, given the fact that Marne's run in terms of how aggressive he's played before, especially during the 30-second SEA Games, I wanted to see more from him. But unfortunately, it was a little bit cut short, especially because when you lose 2 members, it gets a little bit harder when it comes to getting that support from a teammate. FOD, we've seen it, again and again, regardless of what map they're playing, they seem to have that one thing in mind, consistency. placement point. Doesn't matter how many eliminations we have, getting that positioning is key for us to move forward. If you saw just now, like we didn't really see a full-out fight unless they really had to. It's very, I would say, opposite to what we saw from APG on how aggressively they played in terms of catching people off guard in the middle of those rotations. Now, Austria, I think that Austria is a very interesting team. I think they really caught my eye during the spring PMPL SEA Wildcard spring recently, because I was not expecting a team to play as aggressively, as consistently as them. At one point, they were Austria. I would call them as a no chicken, no problem team because of their consistency. A team that doesn't really have to worry too much about getting the chicken dinner, because they know in the bag they already have that placement points. They already have a decent amount of, I would say, elimination points. So it's all about building up those numbers as they move into the second week. And I think it's always fun, or rather it's very, very important to think this way coming forward, because yes, a chicken dinner is always really exciting. It always feels good to get one, but how are you going to be able to maintain consistency? Because I think this is something of a problem that I had for a lot of Malaysian teams, where you see them aggressive and they have such a good game all the way till the end, lots of elimination points, chicken dinner, or maybe top 5, and then suddenly in the next game, 0. So I don't really like seeing this all in, all out sort of play. It gives you a heart attack. It gives me a heart attack. And if some teams have managed to, build such a big lead, catching up is going to be a huge problem.
Well, this is the problem. Not really a problem. The beauty of a battle royale game, you need consistency, but nothing is constant in the game. We're talking
obviously
about the
not.
flight
Yeah.
path. We talked about the circle. We talked about teams changing their strat in the last minute when you're not expecting them to rotate that way in that form, and suddenly they're making something unexpected within the game. So that's the beauty of battle royale. It's always, like it or not, there's some percentage of luck in there somewhere. So
of course,
but you cannot blame everything on luck. It's about adaptation for the players, how they want to control themselves in the game and how they want to decide. It's down to the IGL. A big burden, a bit of a responsibility that's huge enough to show the by one IGL to do the shot calling, to make sure that we are going on the right path. We're going on the right rotation where we will not clash with other teams. That's where they start to being ambushed by the others. But speaking of the teams that, I don't know, you guys can blame me for jinxing the team. West Pomoma didn't play well, but I do know for a fact they are having a bit of a time to warm up, so I'm waiting for them to start warming up. Sin, on the other hand, is always in the middle bracket, so I'm hoping for them to actually push forward. GE, well, we saw them in the top 5 just now. It's just a bit of a difficulty where you have too many teams to fight against at a time. They do have a vintage point at first, but because they don't really cover all the corners they needed to, and there's too many teams fighting at the same time. Well, that's the thing about Battle Royale. There's so many unpredictable moves coming up from the players, but for next Wrangle, it's super important for them, very significant for them to actually making sure they're comfortable in these rotations, and for the teams to drop themselves in territory. Because why? We do know that Wrangle in Rama will be the most map we played in across all the tournaments there is around the world. So if you cannot have a grasp on a Wrangle now, I have to say it out loud, you might not have the plays in the next stage. That's it.
I think it's a very interesting point when you mention about like consistency itself. I had this conversation with a few casters as well as coaches for PUBG Mobile, and I think whenever I say the word luck, they would always kind of get a bit annoyed at me, because they say yes, there is that luck involved when it comes to circle and flight path, but to them it is part of the game. So adaptation, I think that's what makes PUBG Mobile players just so, I would say, resilient, is the fact that as soon as they drop down, from the moment they see that flight path, from the moment they see that circle, they had already kind of have that, I would say, that idea in mind on what exactly they want to do in the situation, how many thousands of scrims they have played, and in those situations, how many types of patterns of flight path they have played over and over and over again. There are situations, those rare situations where, you would see a circle go to a no man's land, and you would see a team that you don't necessarily expect to make it up on top, because this is where a lot of teams are like, I have never seen the circle before. This is a very interesting situation. I wonder how I can overcome this obstacle. But when you talk about teams that are, I would say, still, despite bad circles, despite bad flight paths like 5 of danger, like GE, who are still managed to make it a top 5. This is where a lot of teams really question, right? How exactly are the comms like when as soon as you go down? What's the idea behind, you know, the IGL or the shot calling when the circle gets a little bit more skewed? Or in a situation where we have a little bit way too many teams still alive, how exactly are we going to approach that? And I really, you know, one day if I could, I would love to see a mic check for these players just to hear what goes through their minds. Or rather, I would love to see a situation where we would have, like, you know, the IGL share with us, like, what was going through his mind. Are they listening to his teammates? Or how exactly does he take those you know, those feedbacks into consideration, and how are they going to approve that is also very fun to talk about. And in situations where, you know, you have a 1v4, 1v5, and I think, sorry, 1v5, 1v4 or 1v3, I think it's happening a lot more because of the DBS, especially toward the last circle. If you have a tree or even a rock toward the last circle and it's a 1v3, if the player is good enough to land his jump shots to be able to isolate the players, I wouldn't be surprised if this is something we're going to be seeing a lot right now in the in the fall of SEA Wildcard.
I mean, like, if they haven't reworked DBS, I expect that to happen quite a number of it. I mean, we do have a bit of rework when it comes to the patch. When it comes to SMG, like UMP, even Micro Uzi, well, it actually increases when it comes to holding the guns.
The run and gun.
Yeah. So we can expect that to happen. But when it comes to those DBS, I mean, like, yeah, we're still gonna have it in the PMSL.
I mean, if you can't beat them, you join them, right? Which is why we're seeing everyone running the DBS. But it would be nice. I mean, with the, I would say, a buff to the, you know, to the SMGs as well, it's very fun to watch, especially when you have a DBS waiting on the other side, and then the teammate is just waiting to run and gun. It's like herding team members to their death, basically, especially if your teammate's waiting on the other side and you're able to just quickly get those jump shots out. And I think it's very painful. I don't know why, but for me personally, if I were to die to a DBS, it's so demoralizing. I don't know why. It shouldn't be, but it is.
DBS is a DBS. Nobody can talk against DBS. So, I mean, like, if you die with DBS, something, you know, you cannot avoid, and that's just something inevitable. But speaking of the next match, we do have Group A joining us this time. So it's the first time Group A will be playing, where we go... where we have Here We Go Again, AVI MPX, Olja Esports, and Playbook Esports. Now, this is going to be a very interesting group because of what? Here We Go Again is a rookie group. AVI has been there forever, but this time with MPX, we do have Magics from ANSI back then, and now playing for AVI instead. So I'm looking for how he can actually make a ripple for the dynamics of the team. How will they fit themselves into it? How do they gel? Olja Esports, I mean, like, we do know for a fact they are a pretty strong team, but they're never, like, up there. But on the side of PBE, now this one gonna be the most interesting when it comes to the roster, because recently PBE did announce about Ranked and Demigod. They're letting them go. But when it comes to the main roster, I do see Ranked's name. So I want to see who's playing. Demigod definitely already not with PBE. But you know what? We are wishing him luck with his future endeavors. But on the side of PBE, who exactly will be playing? Since Ranked, his name is still on the list of the roster. But will he be actually playing?
It's actually quite interesting when you think about that. But I guess we're gonna have to see right now as we go into Erangel. Now, I don't know why, but I've been seeing a lot of SMB circles, I think coming from the end of last year all the way till now. I mean, I remembered back then that we barely saw that circle. I would say to you, Choo Choo, I remember the first time I started casting and I said, you know what, I want to see more SMB circles. On the day you didn't cast, that happened, and now I'm just basically tired of it. Now, if I could see a circle, I want to see a Rozak circle coming into the game.
They say wish for the moon, you might land among the stars. So maybe we can get a bit of a start of Son of Scar military base, like why not? But I mean, like, I always wish for a bridge or even Zaki at this point. We have Zaki, but Zaki never there in the list of Circle. But at least we have the flight path. We're going to cut across from sort of Ferropia or Primos up to Severny. So the teams love to drop on the northern part will be great. But it's always about the circle. If the circle happens to be on SMB, whoever drops on the northern side will have a bit of a lot of hoop, not a bit, a lot of hoop to jump onto, into, because it's going to be a lot of team right in the center as per usual. While we're looking over Pachinki, I want to see if there's any team brave enough to fight for Pachinki, because we do know for a fact Pachinki is always in the center of the map. It's so easy for you to rotate yourself at the north or the southern part. But I'm looking, where is PvE? Because I want to know who's playing.
This is really fun to watch. I was really sort of hoping for that early skirmish when it comes to those vehicle fights, but all quiet very early. Given the fact that we're actually having someone dropped by Severny is also something very interesting. Now, coming into the circle coming up toward the north here, I think that for teams like Austria or G-Lab, did G-Lab just drop beside another team all the way down there to the southern side? This is something I was not expecting. Because that area is basically an area where rarely any team goes to.
But look at where we're looking over to the Medusa intersection around the Farm Milta area. There's like 4 to 6 teams happen to be clustered in the same sort of vicinity. While G-Lab, they are sharing compound, yes, against PBE, where we just mentioned about them before. And don't forget about the Dino Ground, guys, as per usual. But PBE, we do see Raimon, we do see all the other players who's actually on the main roster. I have no clue, but they are parting ways, knowing for a fact it's a bit too early for them to having those brawls and those duels. So might as well just, you know, get your loot up and build up your arsenals just to make sure you can have enough to fight later on. CFU a bit separated some of the players from the main roster, while PBE, yep, we do have Monboy, Raimon, and Cool, but is it gonna be troll playing? Is it gonna be ranked? I don't know. Ranked supposedly should be out, but got to see 3 out of 4 players. At least they gave us something. G-Lab, on the other hand, just now they're having a bit of a clash, but they're going straight into the side of Milta, where there's no team.
That's not a Ducati. Sorry, Choo Choo. That's not a Ducati. I feel a bit scammed. I was kind of hoping to see in this game. So sad, Choo Choo.
Oh. We're gonna have to wait and see if there's anybody who can survive, but not so much for the side of Hyena Raven. A bit of a trade done between these two teams. Zappel knocked down, but they do have... Zappel is actually trying to revive Katila, who's happened to be in the chat. Thank you for joining us in the chat just now, Katila. But I just hope they actually will survive longer. Baby with the pistol! Shot down on another player. Can they win those skirmish or not? PBE, they do have H2R, so Ranked is not playing, and Ranked is no more with PBE, I assume. But PBE having this 4 different dynamic this season, trying to give a bit of a pressure on the side of Enigma, challenge them head on. With CFU still having a bit of a run and gun on the other end. We're looking over PBE and Enigma having sort of a tension between them.
Raimon. Holding the side by City Cool as they rushing inside. Whoa! Look at that hit coming through here. Immediately, Enigma retaliates. QB is the one with the high ground here. But 1 man against the whole army. A little bit too hard. 2 members of PBE down. Sorry, 1 member is going to be Cool as down and out. But QB as well, as Koopa will be the one to pick up the pieces. I would love to see Raimon play a little bit more aggressive here, just end Koopa. Because immediately, just like that, 1 Enigma member of the whole Enigma team will be down and out. But look at this shot here by Spooky with a DBS so early. Raimon forced to move away, 35 HP left. Barely surviving by the skin of his teeth.
That's 1 HP. That's 35.
Sorry, 1 HP.
35
yeah, it's his bullet. Sorry about that.
That's no way he can actually survive this. But Peekaboo, I see you! Raimon got on another one! How? It didn't score him, didn't translate into a point, but sadly PBE, the new roster dynamic, didn't reflect what they hope it will be, and being eliminated early on in the hands of none other than the team they're being eliminated just now, which is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, that was Enigma. The entire team scored a 4. Well, the rest of them have V start to move. This is going to be around Gotcom Mountain. We saw early on it was a bit of a northern side of the circle, but how much north we talking about? It will be landed on top of Rosshawk here.
For now, I think that what's really fun about that fight is the fact that PBE was the one who was hitting the area. And because they were a little bit too close together, and also I would say a little bit more tunnel visioned, they didn't realize the other 2 members of Enigma playing on the other side. Again, if you are a little bit more aggressive, you might just take out Koopa as well as 3 members of Enigma at once. It would have been the best case scenario. Marne, huge start to the fight. But there is at least going to be a trade by DDMPX. Magic's on one end. Puts in the damage, puts in the hurt. As MPX just continues to play as aggressive as they can. Romeo Boy going to be swimming away to the other side. No follow-up quite yet. His teammates not able to follow up. But I think if Romeo Boy is able to come out undetected, this could be a best case scenario for them. Because it will be the ultimate flank as they just fight through. That smokes does give a little bit of breathing space to FV. DD taking a lot of damage. Sprays through the smoke, not doing him a lot of value. But Magix, he does have this mushroom house to play with. Gonna be healing up quite a bit. His teammates are on the other side for the trade. I like the fact that they're actually having this big crossfire from 2 ends of the bridge. And even if Romeo Boy was swimming away inside, tried to flank with Juggy on one end as well, it will give them a little bit of cover, at least long range. Mernat and Cute Loki playing in toward the area. Romeo Boy all alone. I don't know if they spotted him at all. That smoke means that both teams and both players are not getting the information they need.
Back towards the other side of the map, we do have the guys of Asians just trying to outcorner CFU Gaming while struggling himself on top of those blue zone. But I'm waiting for Romeo Boy to actually make the move like you mentioned before. A bit hesitant, yes, but at the same time, how long the rest of YG can defend this? Because we know for a fact the rest of Cavalry FV MPX will join in, crossing the bridge right now, trying to go for the rush, and Romeo Boy still staying underneath those bridge. Juggy coming in strong with those buggy, rushing into the side and going straight for the fight. Loki responded swiftly, taking on Didi on his knees, straight on the ground. Roll Magic's cooking up the nade, hoping to actually knock down on Loki, but Loki being very sneaky, cheeky about it, jumping down. Magic trying to revive his teammate, but they need to eliminate the rest of YG. Where is Romeo Boy? Still underneath those bridge. He's still not gonna pop his head up here.
It's taking a little bit too long to rotate out, and now he finally makes it. Sprays on the top side. He doesn't realize he's on the bottom side. Romeo Boy, well, he didn't have the upper hand advantage. He still makes it out on top. Finds Didi. Immediately, he goes inside of the mushroom house. Now, Romeo Boy drops down. Gonna find a different way, a safer way to get into the compound. With his teammates around, he can give some information. But the other members of MPX, a little bit too FV, a little bit too aggressive. Still very much alive, but he still does find one. Magix tries to make the trade. Not happening quite yet. Running into the compound, and no resets are happening this soon as the other members of MPX, or at least FV, will be forced to move away.
A circle shifted again to a sort of shooting range. We do have, here we go again, HWG taking the center. But I'm not sure how many players there is for the side of HW. They're actually in the center because we did see one player with a vehicle on it as well. But I assume a whole roster of team will be on top of it. G-Lab start to play around the edge of the blue zone. We do know for a fact it's sort of a strat these days to play with alongside with the blue zone just to make sure there's nobody backstabbing or third party come up from behind. West Point Mamba start to leave. They know for a fact that staying in the blue zone way too long, and it's killing Enigma caps at the same time. Let's see the last player coming from Enigma surviving. Not really, the entire team's still there, but they took quite a long time to migrate themselves into the center of a circle. We're talking about second stage, which the blue zone is not as painful as the others, but the next couple of minutes they need to flee. We're talking about they need those vehicles. Lucky enough, caps do have those motorbikes, but it's not the safest vehicle there is. Too exposed, a bit too clunky and a bit too wavy for the road ride. But the rest of Enigma, at least they got himself nearby out of the blue zone and they managed to squeeze in. But for the other teams though, we haven't seen APG start firing. We haven't seen a lot of FOD. They have been very quiet. Same goes for Sin, who's taking a trench in between the shooting range just to wait if there's any team passing by and try to take the advantage.
Sin playing this little terrain as Austria holds on to this high ground. And I think this area that they're holding, while it is at the side of the terrain, it also allows them to pick off anyone rotating into the circle while still allowing to move back and forth if they need to find cover. But Sin, they're stalking their prey, and it's going to be the team in front of them. Sorry, I couldn't really see their names. Regardless, Lilanju trying to just give the information first. I'm not sure if the team is aware, but they are just driving away. I think for Sin, what they can do here is just maybe allow those teams to move away because they're not playing as aggressively as I want them to. And I think this is a very interesting situation for Sin because last season, I believe, in the beginning of the season, they were a little bit they were very, very passive. And I questioned to Contra, like, why are they playing like this? Why are they not proactive with taking up that space? As time went by, I sort of understood what they're doing here. They are very, I would say, a slow cooker team in terms of playing aggressively, but they are a team that is consistently making it up in terms of, I would say, placement points. So I think the key here for day number 1 is to get as much information as possible that they can process for these teams, how aggressive they play, how good they are. And as the circle pulls more, I would say, northern toward this shooting range, Sin, I think, has the best possible outcome. They are straight smack dab in the middle of the circle. They have a little bit of a terrain and a high ground to play with, while still a little bit of cover to allow them that cover to move back and forth and play in terms of rotations. Now look at the amount of teams just rushing up toward the top side here. It's going to be a bloodbath toward the southern side as anyone tries to rotate into that circle. QB taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, and so is Caps. And I think that for Enigma, from map 1 all the way till now, they are a team that's actively been taking a lot of early game fights. Not skirmishes, I'm talking about full 4v4 fights. And speaking of fights, Dragon taking a lot of damage from the Vipers here, but not enough to just knock him out of the game quite yet.
But what I'm looking at is going to be the guys of Asia. They are fighting their own war against Blue Zone, the furthest one away, coming up from the very south of the main peninsula and having such a long journey towards the center of the circle, which you were already in the third stage. When you enter the fourth stage and you're still in the Blue Zone, you're going to have a lot of problem. But Mewtwo shutting down on Skynin, one of the key players coming up from Osja Esports, and HWG. Mewtwo is also one of veteran players in a different team before this, but now they're changing under a different org, a different banner. I don't see there's any sort of slack when it comes to their performance. Still the same, or maybe even better at this point. But for the side of Osja or OJAS here, Osja Esports, they do have very veteran lineup. Even though they lost Skynet before, very reliable teammates like Camper. Even Puff is not playing, and Puff is playing, and also as well as Astrox used to be playing under the banner of Orange. And this is something that's just around the corner, just something simply they can actually overtake. They're very common.
Oh my god, look like how aggressive this is!
The rush coming out from Enigma, no way out for Vipers. And that's going to be Spoogle alone and afraid. Nobody else to give him extra support. I'm not sure where are the rest of his teammates, but definitely he's alone right now.
He's still got QB though. What on earth is happening? Enigma with all the members left alive, and Spoogle took up so much space. And surprise, surprise, here's the cavalry coming through. And immediately they eliminate the other members on Enigma just like that. What the heck happened here? Caps all alone to just fend for himself. He has a nade, he's cooking it, and this is the perfect trap by the Vipers. They're just making it rain inside, and a nade immediately deletes him straight to the lobby. And I have to say, just like their name, they are the Vipers that just immediately chew them out with their jaws. And the jaws apparently was the entrance of that area. Now coming to the circle, CFU is forced to move away from this terrain. The circle is just so unrelenting today, coming to the top side of the map. And this is where things get very sketchy because of the, I would say, the skirmishes and the scuffles toward the bottom side. Now looking at the kill feeds here, we're just talking about how YG eliminated too early. They already have 2 more in the bag, despite the fact it's already a 2+4 points for them as we talk about GE finding the other members of CFU. And CFU is actually taking 2 fights with 2 teams. It's going to be a trade here, not only YG but also GE. A sandwich, if you may. Merne taking out some damage, knocked down already. Here comes the nade, and immediately Smile will be smiling. He steals that kill away even before that nade pops onto him.
Here comes another team, HWG, now finally into this battle fight, and they want to be part of it eventually. But at the same time, the Blue Zones start to close in less than 15 seconds. Like it or not, they cannot stay for long. HWG, they want to be part of this kerfuffle, but the problem is time will not allow them. They have to push themselves towards advancing into the circle. While the rest of YG, with only, I think that's going to be last player, Romeo Boy, another player, CFU cornered himself into the edge of the Blue Zone as well. 1 second. Will have to get on top of that vehicle and just flee. While FOD now getting into on the west side of shooting range. While the rest of HWG, Mewtwo will not give away this free kill, but at what cost? Both teams are losing, man. It's not worth to fight in the blue zone.
Oh, I think it was just a last-ditch effort by them, trying to get some points before they go down. And look at how many players have already gone down to the play zone. Alpha, so low. His teammate is the one he's trying to look out for, trying to just get that picks, trade him out. But that's not going to be happening. His exit is just a little bit too fast. You got to call him a speed demon here because he's just dry peeking out without any information. Alpha trying to find where Romeo Boy is as his teammate on the top side here gets flushed out. The nade, other than Bali, takes him out. His exit immediately takes him out just like that, as Romeo Boy is going to be laughing his way all the way to his placement point. You see an airdrop coming through beside WPM, but in this situation, for WPM, they're playing the side of the terrain very well. They have all the advantage, all the space they can play with. They want to take that airdrop, but the problem is, with FOD close by, they don't want to risk that because it's out in the open is number one. Number two, if they were to trade, it's going to be a little bit more difficult given the fact of the terrain that can just be navigated around is the side of the hill. Now, for Sin, they're still playing in that little, I would say, a little terrain, but they haven't moved out quite yet. As Romeo Boy, are you playing the healing game out here all alone? Because he knows that he's not able to just move into the circle. So what he's trying to do here to survive as long as he can, just hope another team gets eliminated before he does. But I don't think he's going to be able to get into the circle at this point.
But I'm waiting, where is the other player for YG? We did saw a couple of times Romeo Boy try to survive inside of the very small compound. But the other player who's left, it's going to be Loki. They're going to go for a duo, but on the side of CFU, this is going to be the last player. There's nobody else to support the support, but finally support is down with no support. It's going to be coming up from GE, who scored themselves 3 eliminations by now, and not so much when it comes to overall rankings due to their last performance not so great in Sunhope, but they're trying to redeem themselves in this map as well. WPM, on the other hand, they got themselves quite a very beautiful compound to play with, where nobody can actually spot them on top of that hill, but the moment they step on top of that hill, they can see through WPM clearly as the day just lightens them up. But APG, on the other hand, still got themselves those circles. The problem is it's going to be Vipers who choke the other teams to their death. But Raven, or Hyena Raven, they have a really tough run before. Now they're trying to get into the circle a bit slower than usual. FOD is gatekeeping on the northern side. A looking gunfire is coming out from the southern part. GE versus YG. 2v4. GE do have numbers, but YG left with 2 players. Can they hold their ground?
Prone game by Loki. Smokes. Also a little bit of space to go for that rotate. Loki quickly getting into his buggy. His teammate is just not there to help him. And just like that, look at Exit. What on earth is happening? Long range pick. Someone else hits your car, but another person getting that pick. I love how aggressive Exit is, and how I would say his game sense is just on a whole other level. So very aware where everyone's gonna be. At least West Carry is able to go for that reset, but whether or not he's able to quickly move away is the question, as APG Exit will be the one to play in the front lines as Shroud, giving him the support from the back. But moving toward WPM here, West Point Namba moving and feeding against RVWD. They're inside of the smokes. Federalis playing the smoke criminal here, cooking up that nade. So it's up to the weapon, but I'm not sure if his sprays are actually going to be connecting here. As GE says, okay, we got that reset, it's time for us to skedaddle. Let's immediately just drive out of here, as Exit not able to get more than 1 pick at the very least. This side of the terrain, at least on the top side here, does favor WPM. And Federalis does find his first weapon, or his first kill rather. Tries to go for more, immediately sprays down to the bottom side here, and just like that, Zapple goes down at the very least. Not Zapple goes down, but nearly does. Has to hide behind the tree, going for that reset. But that Molly is a little bit too much for her to handle. And immediately, 2 spots of the area behind the tree, behind the buggy, is not letting her even go for a reset or meet her teammate for the pickup. And Federalis is on a rampage. One more to worry about is gonna be Katilla. So Katilla trying to play behind those smokes. Thankfully, not inside. Those smokes give her a little bit of cover, but not enough to stop those bullets from picking her off, as Umas immediately finds another member. It's Spoogle that gets shot out nearly to death, and Katilla knocked out over here. And now with 2 eliminations, this team will be taking 8th spot.
That was really smart coming out from West Point Mamba, putting 3 players on top of a Hyena Ravenwood just to have a month scouting out on the other end to make sure nobody will disrupt their flow to shut down on Hyena Ravens. But back on the side of the trench here, we do have Sin, have been waiting here for the longest time. They've been in one of the first few teams to get into shooting range, and they seem to be paid for their effort for now. They're very fruitful while waiting inside of a trench. GE on the other hand has been running down and gunning every single team that is outside. So far the Vipers got the most eliminations, but 1 point shot is going to be coming up from GE. West Point Mamba on the other end trying to chase the heck of all the teams down there while getting themselves a bit of an upgrade from the loot boxes from the nearby death box and trying to make sure they have whatever it takes, their resources, to get into the fight against the Viper. They're trying to shut down on the Viper's rotation, but G-Lab will be in their way. WPM on the other end coming out from the northern side, nobody trying to stop them or topple them off. FOD will be the next contender. FOD again seems a very consistent 2 games in a row now, trying to beat themselves in the top 5 every single map, including APG here, Cash.
Look at that, Vipers now in trouble. They are in the circle, but they don't have the high ground as GE makes it rain bullets onto them. You can see Daja trying to go for that pickup. Deja quietly waiting. Pretty sure he's going to be able to. Those smokes, the tree, as well as small little terrain, giving him the value. For GE, they're going to try to get position inside a circle first. As Smile will be the one to go aggressing in the front line. Surprisingly, they do manage to get that reset. Rain up and back in business. Able to get some heals as well. Another smoke inside as just to give them a little bit more space. A nade as well, just clear out the smokes. You can hear the roar of the vehicle for Smile, but I don't think he's going to be trying to leave his area at the very least. It's a high ground area. They can put a lot of pressure onto the Vipers, and their vehicle has already been deleted. As FOD playing on the top side of the shooting range, they are not inside of the circle, and getting inside here is a walk down for them. Now, coming down off the high ground is going to be a problem because when you get shot at, you don't have a terrain to play with. You don't have cover. And as for West Point Mamba on the top side as well, this is a very interesting terrain to work with because in different terrains and different heights, you may be the person with the advantage, but higher up is the best, but you don't necessarily are able to see to the bottom. As Sonic takes a lot of damage, his vehicle is a little bit more tanky, but as he drops out, will be sprayed out from one side, and his teammates trying to find a way to go for that revive. As Exit has been knocked down here, Shroud wants to go for the pickup, and so is Sonic waiting. But for Shroud, he has a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure. But that nade from Sin, yikes! Immediately lobbies them.
Just plays APG in the 6th place. They were hoping to get another top 5 here, but we're down to the 5 team: FOD, GE, Vipers, Sin, and West Point Mamba left. With full squad, it's going to be GE, Sin, and West Point Mamba. They do have numbers, yes, but this terrain itself is so uneven. It's a curve sort of a ball for them. If they want to get on the high grounds, yes, there's no covers, but there's 3 in between for those actually staying in the low ground. But the risk is the blue zone will be closing on your end first, so these guys have to pray at the same time the blue zone is not closing on their side first. Sin have been playing this trench forever, and they're still inside of the circle. They haven't got so much when it comes to those eliminations. Nobody seems to be passing by this trench for the longest time. GE start to choke on Vipers, and Vipers got one of the highest number elimination in this map here this time, leaving with only 1 player's left. They tried to shut down entirely and leaving with only 4 teams, but can they finally do it? A bit reckless move will shut down the entire team, because not just going to be one team here, it's going to be the entire team of GE wiping the floor off for Vipers, leaving with only nothing to trade. 4 men still standing for GE, but being knocked down from afar by West Point Mamba. That's going to be a super long shot. No way for them to actually translate into 1 point. Jarrow on there then trying to make do with those angles, trying to go for a bit more further flank to see if he can visualize any other players of GE, but they cannot possibly do it. Sin just taking on top of the vintage point, hoping they can land any sort of visual or any bullets towards all the team trying to climb up. But GE Smart being shot from afar. Sin will start the fight against GE first. This giving so much room and space for West Point Mamba and the other teams that haven't been tunneled their vision down by these teams who's hunting, especially Sin and GE. For FOD, they will be the game changer for this map.
Very, very tricky circle to navigate, just like the previous one, but not necessarily the worst. Up to the northern side here, shooting range is going to be Federales that's going to be rushing forward with his vehicle. These 2 rocks will be where he's going to be finding his Hail Mary moment, at least about I want to expect. But the GE, look at that. How much control they have on the bottom side of the area, but it's not necessarily the best terrain they can work with. But if they manage to get picks, it will free up a lot of space for them to work with. Now, how exactly they're going to be playing this is just by putting these tiny smokes, allows them to move forward. And look at that. Ichi smoked out of the area. Those mollies are not helping him at all. As one member of Sin goes down, Smile a little bit aggressive over there. He goes down, but not before his teammate was able to go for that trade. Carry coming forward here, West Carry rather, can carry his teammate up at least for the revive, as Alz is the one to provide that pressure to the other members of Sin. Now with this pressure, it allows him to be able to go for that retake, or rather that revive, and allow him to go for picks if he wants to. Now another nade comes out here, thankfully does not take them out. Holy Lanju still very much alive and still breathing in the back line, as his teammate is able to go for a reset for a heal as well. Holy Lanju very aggressive toward Ichi, finds that nade onto Master Ichi. Now Ichi down for the count, as well as Smile will be trading back and forth. A nice crossfire has been established here, a 1-2 punch if you will, and it immediately finds his way and just immediately eliminates them from the game. But on the other end here, Federale has gotten himself a pick at the same time. Now WPM with his teammates Jarrell and Amas will be rushing forward. They hear the roar of the guns. They want to take up this space. But West Carry, what can you do when your teammate's just so very low? Alz on one side is the one to put the pressure into the other members of West Point Mamba. But Jarrell and Mix will have a crossfire to come through. Mix does find West Carry. Alz, surprise, surprise, I'm here for that trade. Finds Mix, takes him out. Alz will be traded out by Jarrell at the very least. Both teams doing so superbly in terms of trading out. And Moy in one side, he's all alone. His teammate is able to heal up at the very least. And now for Smile on the other side, he wants to go for that pickup. He's all alone right now. He has to make something happen. He can play the waiting game. He can play a little bit of a hide and seek if he wants to. But if he wants to play this and make it out to top, he has to be able to play smart. They have to go for that, I would say, the isolate. But that's not going to be happening because West Point Mamba, they're so good at establishing not only control and dominance, but also these trades. Jarrell finds Alz, immediately takes him out. Smile goes down to FV, and now is down to a 3 versus 2.
Being cornered around all around. West Point Mamba found out the exact position where Sin is standing. Federale trying to take advantage of Rare and already exposed. All they need is just to shut down one last player of FD. Sin, Moy finally out. West Point Mamba. Can they make it down to only one player? It's 1v2 now. The numbers on their side, but the blue zone is not. Back to a setup where WPM, they don't want to donate one more point to Sin. FD trying to just randomly shoot out to a side of Federales. But in the meantime, there's no way he can spot them out from this distance. He needs to turn things around, but West Point Mamba finally land and got the engine started in the second map at the first Erangel of the day. But do they have enough eliminations by the end of the day? Because they have been pretty quiet in the first few minutes of the map. But do we have any double digit eliminations by far? Where do they stand after this? Will APG being pushed down? West Point Mamba a bit late into the party, but hey, at least they're warm up now.
I like how West Point Mamba plays in terms of how much control and how much pressure they have on top of the circle. Even though Sin was the team that was a little bit more aggressive and has, I would say, the advantage in terms of area and control, West Point Mamba is better in terms of exerting control, in terms of not allowing them to take up space. And how they play it is by having his teammates ready for the trade. If say one player gets naded out or gets picked off here, you have another that's ready to trade from the other side. And it's always a multi-trade. You lose one, maybe you will lose one player for West Point Mamba, but West Point Mamba will be able to at least get 2 back in return. And in this, I would say aggression, it's so hard to really pinpoint where the other members of West Point Mamba are. And usually we see maybe a double swing or team play together. And I'm not really the biggest fan of that because it's so easy to get flushed out by nades, by mollies, or even get sprayed through smokes. But how they've done it is not only just by a crossfire across the map, but it's sort of like a triangular, I would say, formation or a pizza formation where they're able to see from 2 different angles. So long as they're able to see the same, enemy, they're able to go for those trades. Now, YG had a very interesting start today. I did say it was supposed to be their redemption arc. It was a good start for them, but at the same time, it wasn't enough to keep them alive. Perhaps they were a little bit too aggressive, which resulted in their overheat. Enigma as well is another team that I noticed played very, very aggressive early. I understand their mindset coming into this game is to get as many eliminations as possible, moving until they come towards the last circle. But sometimes in this situation, this is the same conversation I had with you yesterday, Chichu, that teams who play aggressive, they don't necessarily have the resources to survive till the end. And I felt this was something that they had a problem with all the way from the last match and all the way till now. But West Point Mamba, while they are a little bit, I would say, quiet early, but I have to say, the way they play is all about control, it's all about aggression, it's all about making sure that my teammates able to have my back in a lot of situations. They have a nice, I would say, formation coming through, and I think despite how many players they have in a team, they have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D in situations where if one person goes down, what formation are we going to be playing? If one person goes down here, how are we going to be playing for that trade, and how can we make the best out of a worse situation? And this situation, that sort of play gave them 19 points in total with 9 eliminations, only to be bested by GE with 1 elimination better than them in terms of eliminations. But in terms of points though, GE had not a lot of points in terms of placements.
But for me, GE, that was a really well done rotations and as well as a fight in that match, especially coming up from Small. He managed to drop a big nade with the double knock within seconds, and he was being pressured by all angles possible. But West Point Mamba, one word for them: patience. They've been playing the patient game for the longest time. They know for a fact there's so many teams surrounding them. They were just next to FOD at the start. They were on the northern side, but they waited. They know for a fact, you know what, if we're not being discovered, we just let them fight against each other and be in during the time they not expect us to be ambushing them from behind. And that's what they did. They did that with a brilliant fashion and in style. APG still stands at number 1 still, but GE start to climb up here with West Point Mamba catching up with the chicken, even though we got 2 chickens, but it doesn't mean they are on top, because when it comes to this latest format, we know for a fact it's down to those eliminations. Even though, yeah, chicken can bring 10 points, but that's the max you can go. But when it comes to eliminations, you know for a fact right now it's going to be the most crucial point you need to focus on. And that's going to be the main factor for you to push yourself number 1. That's what APG tried to translate us here. They got 17 eliminations within 2 maps. While we look at Enigma and CFU Gaming, they got quite a number of eliminations still. But the others, not so much. Well, if you're not that strong coming out in the first map and the first day, well, maybe they're trying to revise the other teams first. I love to think that there's a good way for them, even though they're down there.
Shocking results for me is going to be Austria. I mean, I always talked about how they were the team that was like no chicken, no problem. But after one match played today, they're still not able to get that top 5, which I am so honestly hoping they were gunning for. Honestly, when I look at, I would say, the players right now, I really want to talk about Exit. While, you know, APG didn't really have like the best sort of situation in map number 2, I love the fact that Exit still has that game plan in mind, which is to play aggressively as they want to. Elimination is the name of the game, and that's exactly what they delivered. A lot of eliminations. They only had what? I think they don't necessarily have the highest amount of placement points, but eliminations is there because of how aggressive Exit is. It allows his teammate to not only go for picks, clean up house, but also really play as aggressively as they want to from the backside. Now coming to GE, I really agree with you when you talk about aggression and good rotation. I think we saw their names coming out or popping out on the kill feed from beginning to end, and I think it's always very fun to watch them because of how exactly they play in terms of aggression. But again, we talk about stamina, right? I think GE didn't really, I mean, when we talk about stamina here in terms of a map, I think GE is a team that, yes, we're aggressive, but toward the end just now, what was their problem? They weren't able to reset. They ran out of throwables. They didn't have enough to make sure they could survive till the end. It's very different to what we expect to see from WPM, where you said patience is the name of the game. They understood about what they want to do. It's very methodical if you think about it, how they play in terms of like from minute what to what are we supposed to be doing? How aggressive are we going to be playing from this minute to this minute? How are we going to be approaching the circle if we move from here to here? And you can tell that they already had, it's almost like a perfect movement, like cogs in a machine, which is why it's so fun as well to watch, I would say, WPM. I would say it's very contrasting the way I would say strats go for GE to WPM, but it shows how differently you can, I would say, approach a chicken dinner, or rather a top 5 end for each team.
But right now we're gonna head into the break before we get into more in-depth of analysts and also in the next map of Erangel. So see you guys after this very short break.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
The first two maps were statement plays here by two teams in the PMPL SEA Fall 2023 Wildcard. Tash Buddy here, lies at Chuchu Gaming, and we are your casters for today. And I think that as we go into the next map, I am really excited to see what exactly teams have learned from the first Erangel and what they can do to remedy their mistakes.
Just now I saw something about APG. You know, the thing about APG just now, they definitely have a very strong start when it comes to the Sunhawk map, but it's a bit of a problem for them due to the terrain itself in the last few circles. And speaking of, you know, so far, at least I hit West Point Mamba for those chickens, so it's not so bad for me. Coming up from GE and Sen, so far GE has been very consistent, getting themselves in the top 5. Almost the top 5 in the previous one. He got himself in 6th place, but YG, FOD and KE on the then. FOD is also one of the most consistent teams. If you consider how they always place themselves in the top 5, they know exactly where to enter from towards the circle, and just making sure they take only early fights or middle fights, and not so much when it comes to the last few fights set for when they are in the top 5. So I think that's a very smart call coming out from FOD. That's a very good selection you have. But before that, we do have a lot of sets as per usual when it comes to PMPL. So it's going to be exclusive seasonal sets for you guys.
Yeah, now when we talk about the first one here, it's going to be Crimson Affiliate Caesar's victory. Now coming into this game, I think that one of the best things about PUBG Mobile has been, I would say, these cosmetics, because it really does show, and I know that some, I would say, pro players who, when they stream their games, they only use certain cosmetics to show who they are in the game. It's almost like their signature at this point.
But you guys should take your hands and just key in whatever you need to, you know, get your credits up, because there's going to be a lot of new things coming out this season. Not just that, we do have the World of Wonder, where there's going to be a lot of dinosaur team for this season. Surprisingly, I don't know what happened. Last season we have a lot of ancient sort of, you know, the old guy with the gun, but this time we do have the Ducati Panigale V4S. But I love this superbike. I want it myself in real life at least, but if you can't get it in real life, why not race to victory in the game itself? Because you know, I cannot afford it. If you can, good for you.
You know, I felt really scammed not seeing a Ducati just now. But speaking of that, we also have an all-new RPA series available now for you. We have items over 48,000 UC. I love the Tangerine Drake set. The Neon Slayer set is from me. I don't know why, I just don't like the Spectre Slayer set. Maybe because I'm a girl and I like girly things, but it is who I am as a person, and I'm gonna embrace that. Speaking of embracing, we also have the new Team World, which is a Dino Ground. I like this ground. I think it's a very fun game to play with your friends. It's very, I mean, it's kind of like a jump scare when the pterodactyl just jumps at you, but it's also very fun when you have, you know, when you're able to just take down these dinosaurs. I mean, you can't do it in real life, why not do it in game?
Tame it, don't take it down. It can be your best friend. If you're lonely and you don't have anybody else, it's gonna be your best friend, you know. But next we're gonna head into our second wrangle for the day when it comes to the first day of PMPL SEA World Cup of Fall. We don't have Group E playing in the next one, which I think, so far when we talk about grouping, right, Tash, I personally feel like Group D is going to be the group of death. Well, it kind of...
D is for death.
Yeah, that's it. GE, FOD, West Pomoma, and Enigma. This is going to be the teams always up there almost every single season. But coming into Group A, APG definitely have a bit of a hope when it comes to their momentum, since they're not playing in the next one. Same goes for Vipers Clan, who got themselves quite a good round just now. And the guys of Asian, I mean, you guys definitely have a lot of supporters for all Asians. And Game Lab Alpha or G Lab will not be playing as well. This definitely will change the dynamic, because we have Group B back into the next wrangle with us, which we do know Harami Bro and so far Magna Esports has been super aggressive when it comes to the early skirmishes here.
I think it's for teams who are very, very early. I mean, let's talk about aggression here early. For me personally, I think early fights should only be really taken into consideration when you're meeting up a team in the same drop spot as you. I'm not the biggest fan of teams actually going around to find, I would say, picks. This is very reminiscent to, I would say, teams like Geek Slate from Malaysia, or even I think 4 Rivals at one point did that, and as well as the Indonesian teams. But when you think about playing early or playing aggressive early, yes, you want to be able to get those picks. You have to be not hesitant when you go for those takes. You have to be very, very, I would say, courageous / confident when you want to go for those picks, because there are teams who want to play aggressive. So you have this one team, the IGL, and perhaps two of the members play a little bit more aggressive. Then there's one other team member who's like, okay, I'm not on the same page. Then suddenly everything just falls apart. And in this situation, it's a very 50-50 as well, because when you want to fight into a compound, you want to take a compound, you want to take a fight with the DBS introduced here. Even if you do have the DBS and you have a team who's a little bit more passive, you're just playing corners, this can pose a problem. But as we go into Erangel once again, I talked about, I would say, mistakes. I talked about, remedying. I mean, they had a little bit of time to really figure out, but in this situation, I wouldn't say that was the easiest of circles, because the previous map, a lot of teams had to rotate or rather move. Some of them were from SMB. We had some players over on Primos, from Fairy Pier, and you can see the amount of teams who are rotating up toward the shooting range, and most of the fights happen toward the side of the southern side of the shooting range. You see that little bridge there near Georgiapol, the eastern side of Georgiapol. That was also another, I would say, chokehold. We saw people swimming, and in a lot of situations when teams swim, it's very scary because we can already have teams who are already figuring things out.
Speaking of choke points, so far we have a lot of choke points on top of Rostock in the previous map, but nothing too much when it comes to Global 4, but it might be in this map, depending on the next circle. So we do have a bit on the northern side of the flight path going down the south, more towards the right side, originally coming up from Sabeni down to Novorotnoye. We do witness in the previous map a couple of teams dropping SMB. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be 2 teams dropping around SMB, but so many teams dropping right on top of Farm Milta. Maybe one of the many reasons, because we do have on the left side of a flight path before, but this time it's going to be more towards the right side. CFU and AFU dropping quite early. They're taking on the northern side. I'm not surprised with Sin want to drop early as well, because they were parking themselves on the northern side of the shooting range around that trench area for the longest time. Now it's down to the circle. Now, can they actually get into the circle on time? Because a lot of teams were quite a number of them being eliminated just by the blue zone itself. You don't want to put yourself in the pressure between players and blue zone. It's enough to fight against the players, but to fight against blue zone, you can never win that one.
Man, talk about a very biased flight path. Really curious to see where this circle is gonna go. And look at that, those early fights already happening. You hear roar of guns, but not too sure which team's starting first. And ouch! What is this circle, man? You have no clue if this circle's gonna pull toward SMB or even toward mainland. I'm gonna put my money on mainland, honestly, at this point. It's a little bit more predictable, but in this situation, anything can happen. I've seen the worst sort of circles. I saw No Man Land circle. We talked about that circle earlier, Chuchu, in Sanok. And in this situation, we talk about the teams. I mean, let's talk about teams a little bit. I mean, for today, I think GE has had a pretty good run. They have a nice mix of aggression and survivability. They have this, I think they are very foolproof when it comes to taking these fights. When they play aggressive, we have one knock. What is the situation? What we're gonna do? One player rushing forward, putting in the pressure. One player coming to the backside to go for that revive. And when you have that kind of dynamic coming through, the idea of who is the person that's responsible for the revive, who is the player who's responsible for putting in pressure as well as firepower, it creates a safe situation for you to not only play as aggressively as you want, get as many picks as you want, but also ensure that you can survive till the end with all 4 players. And I think that's the best case scenario, because when you, I mean, yeah, in situations we have seen teams get chicken dinners with just 1 player still left alive, but why would you put yourself in that situation when you can have strength in numbers? It's a lot less pressure, and it just really secures the deal.
I'm loving how so many teams trying to take away Pachinki for themselves, but we do know for a fact Pachinki is a very luxurious place for loot. It's a lot of buildings in between. It's so hard to see any sort of corners due to the buildings in between you. You cannot visualize who's on the other end of the compound. And KE, Harame Bro, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, there's one more team down there, which is going to be a Makna, taking Pachinki for themselves, and the circle's not too far off from them. There will be a lot of team passing by Pachinki, and they can take the advantage if they wait it out just a bit longer, because the circle just happened to be more on the southern side, comprises of 50% of mainland and 50% of SMB, and Enigma caps. I'm not sure what is happening, but he's definitely drowning by his own life there. But lucky enough these days, whoever being knocked down in the water, they can be revived as long as they manage to swim over the other side. But at the same time, will there be any rescuers for him? On the side of Bro and also KE and as well as Magna, a bit of a quiet truce for now, but you know what, we do have a bit of issue there. I think there's going to be a bit of a remake on that side, so I have to wait and see if there's any sort of same circle, because I was hoping for the bridge circle just now.
Me too. Honestly, I was really excited for that circle. Not because it was going to be a bridge circle, just for the fact that teams have no clue where to go, either mainland or even SMB. And what's even more crazy is the fact that there's a huge body of water in the middle there, which means that you can't necessarily camp your butt in the southern side of Pre-Moscow Ferry Pier, because it's still gonna be a long swim to SMB. Like it or not, you're gonna have to fight for that bridge. Either you fight for that bridge or you get the motorboat and just, speed into the island itself. But I don't know why, Juju. I don't know. I think this might be a me thing, but every time I see a team taking the motorboat, I have rarely ever seen happy endings. It always ends up with the motorboat exploding and people getting fished out of the water. I mean, it's very tragic.
It's a different case for PPE. They are the one that really love the motorboat and really love those ships when they need it to, and they use it very wisely. I'm talking about them. If it happens at around SMB, they know exactly where to dock themselves without being discovered by any other team. The only one that so far being successfully multiple times doing so is going to be PBE. But with this new dynamic of PBE, I'm not sure where they stand right now, how they gel together as a team, because it hasn't been reflected so far with their results. So I'm hoping for them to actually cope and really try to adapt as fast as they can. But yeah, we're waiting for the next game, guys. Be patient. And I'm a bit disappointed we have a remake with such a beautiful cruel circle. Yes, it might be challenging for the players, but hey, we love a bit of skirmish, we love a bit of challenge for the players. And I was hoping, will we have one day any bridge circle? Because by far, after the new patch hits in, after the remake of the bridge itself with platform, I don't see too much of those kind of circles.
I was actually, lucky enough to see one during IESF, so that was fun. But it wasn't really a full bridge circle. It was honestly a little bit to the mainland, so it wasn't a full bridge circle. Regardless, when you talk about this kind of circles, this is where you really get to challenge. I mean, coming back to I was talking about in terms in the beginning of the game just now about how it's always better to survive as a 4 instead of like a 1v4 situation. But for us, the viewers, it's always very fun to see those hero narratives. The one player playing so aggressive. And speaking of one player playing so aggressive, I mean, we have to look at Exit. I remember I used to talk to Zero a lot back when he was in APG, and I would always ask him during interview, what did you eat just now? What did you eat to give you the chicken dinner? And if I could interview Exit, I would say, what did you eat to make you play so aggressive? Because before this, whenever they ate pizza, they do very well. So I'm curious to see whether or not it's still pizza or it changed. But coming into the second one, I was talking about how GE has the best, I would say, in terms of aggression and great rotation. Doesn't need a chicken dinner to hit the top spot. At the same time, I think for them, getting a chicken dinner will just be the cherry on top. But at the same time, I have a lot of questions in terms of not just consistency, but when you look at past leagues and you see day number 1, you see teams that you don't necessarily see up there getting chicken dinners, and you're like, man, what? This is a great statement match. Is this them getting better? Is this them playing, finally finding the potential? And then as the days go, you start to see consistency from other teams, and you're starting to think, what happened to that day 1, I would say, aggression that we saw earlier? And I'm guessing here it's going to be adaptability, where some teams, they do better when teams don't understand, don't have information. They abuse that. But what about you? A team that's already made it up to the top here, what are you going to do in terms of adapting? How fast can you adapt to a game? Some teams are definitely slow cookers. I would put WPM in there. I would put Sin in there as well. I mean, how long they take to even make it up to the top, but they still are pretty much consistent. But then there are teams that do very well and then they're gone. Then they do very well and then they're gone. That also can be a strat, honestly, because it's about collecting as many points as you want coming into the game. But personally for me, I like a non-heart attack route. But what about you, Juju? What do you like? Do you like consistency or do you like those all-in, all-outs?
I mentioned it in the previous discussion before regarding there are teams who will play some teams will play as low as possible. We're talking about trying to low profile themselves as much as they can, so they will not be under the radar for the other teams, or will not be spotted out by the other team regarding their next strategy. Maybe some of them will try to revise the other teams first before they start to do something. We're waiting for maybe day number 2 or 3 where things will start to change. So this is why it's so important for the teams that's quite rookie in this league this time to give a huge momentum when it comes to day number 1, because they might not able to do so for the rest of the days in the entire week, because the other teams are revising them. They want to know exactly the rotation for the other teams and read them like a book. So if they manage to adapt to that later on, they don't even need to adapt. These guys just know how to review the votes and just go with the coach, analyze it with them, and they're just gonna decide what they're gonna do tomorrow, what they are aiming for. Are they aiming for placement? Are they aiming for eliminations? That's why they're trying to see the rotations for the other team to see how they want to do it, what they want to go for first. So after they know each team what their strategies are, they decided what they want to do next. That's why it's very scary for the teams like even YG, even like FOD, and even teams like Falcon and Ojas in this case. They will look like they are not so much in day number 1, but when it comes to day number 2 and 3 in the middle of a week, they start to revise, they start to know what exactly they're aiming for, because these days a lot of teams are aiming for eliminations, nothing more than that. Chicken is always a bonus. Yeah, it's great.
it's because of the the revision of the points, right? It's not as
true.
Yeah, it's not as, I would say, what's the word? It's not as rewarding to get the chicken dinner as before. I mean, yeah, it is rewarding to get a lot of points, but then when you're not given as many points, you play a little bit more aggressive, and I'm really liking this dynamic, because back then it was like, I would say, a loot simulator in the first 15 minutes instead of people playing a little bit more aggressive. I love these early picks coming through from the teams. I love the quick rotations. I love teams who are a little bit more proactive, and I'm starting to see that teams who are a little bit more proactive, they're being rewarded as we go into the game playing a little bit more aggressive. Now with this remake, I'm just really hoping for the same circle or something along the lines of that, or maybe a Lipovka circle. You know what? Just scratch that, because I want to see a Kameshki circle. It's a very interesting circle, not a Stalber circle, but a Kameshki circle. But now, ladies and gentlemen, this is when I want you to put your eyes on the screen. The second Erangel after this is what to happen. So let's go into the game right about now.
We're back for our last Erangel for the day, and so far the teams that haven't got themselves any scores in Erangel, this is the time for them to actually push themselves forward. Cylinders out for them, because it's the first day. You want to mark your territories, like I mentioned earlier on, is so crucial for them, and it also shows how dominant they are if they can maintain their territory and they compound when it comes to their initial drops. But we do have a very different flight path compared to the previous one before the remake. Coming up from Milta Power up to Shooting Ridge, maybe high chances we might have similar circle to the previous one because of how flight path always contradicts the circle, but these days not so much. Maybe right on top of the flight path where we're going to have our circle. West Myanmar decided to just drop out early on. They're going to go for SMB. There's going to be another team taking SMB as well. A lot of them dropping on top of Milta Power, getting initial drop as soon as they can. Now that's going to give them so much advantage when it comes to timing of looting, and not just that, getting themselves vehicles faster than the others. At the same time, yes, it's going to be difficult for them to adapt to the circle, but there's going to be a 50-50 chance if you're having the fastest drop, you might actually get right on top of the circle. So you're going to have to wait and see. A bit later drop for CFU and HWG. They're dropping themselves in Shooting Ridge, which we have almost similar circle than before, but way up north this time.
But if I ask for a circle to the right, they give me to the left, and I'm okay with that. And I just like that boy, down and out for the count. Unfortunate situation for him. And this situation, it's more of trying to figure out, like, when you have a 3-1 or a 1-1-1 sort of drop spot, you have to make sure that you're ready for these fights. And that situation is just very unlucky for him, because immediately he was spotted out by 3 members of FOD. And speaking of FOD, I mean, we had that conversation just now about slow cookers, about teams who really take time to formulate how exactly they want to go throughout the weeks. And I like to call this microscoped. And I think that if you look at a lot of teams, at least I would say a majority of the teams, they don't really have an assigned drop spot, which I like, because the idea is if you have an assigned drop spot, yes, it makes in terms of rotations a little bit more easy, but it's even easier for teams to microscope on you and figure out your rotations. And speaking of rotations here, it's gonna be Boy Sean rotating out of the way and running for his life. His teammate Kaya will still be left to bleed out. I think they do want to go for the pickup for Kaya, but like it or not, they have to loot first. The top does have those smokes. He can exactly make a wormhole if he wants to and just move toward Kaya. But look at Few, look at them, look at Dale. They're just ready for it. So they put a bunch of smokes in the front side of the house, making them think that he's rotating through there and then finding another way to enter the premises. And I think this, I would say, smokes and mirrors sort of rotation set up by his boy Sean here is pretty smart. And it's something that I have rarely seen in my life, at least in terms of me casting. And I like that. It's very creative.
I mean, for Few, I'm a big fan for him. I know him since the dawn of PUBG Mobile, and he's still playing a different team under the different banner. It's been a while I've seen him playing in professional league, but he's back. But on the side of FOD, they're more than willing to take the fight against none other than Magna, who happens to be, like I mentioned before, Magna, CFU, and Enigma. They love early skirmishes, they love those fights, including Harame Bro, and they are going for it. They're not even having any second thought of taking the fight against FOD. Joseph left, right, center, corner. Now in a very small room, not much space for him to get out. There's no windows either. Now all he needs to do is just fight around the corner. He managed to land on one, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. This is a rare sight, Tash, for FOD to be the first one eliminated after such a long day of top 5.
This is interesting when you think about it for FOD, because you saw they got one pick earlier from MQN, and I thought after that pick they would loot and leave, but apparently they had overstayed their welcome, which allowed Magna to not only take up space but to play as aggressively as they want, because they were caught off guard. With 1 by 1 just being picked off, they were able to go for the isolate, and the cherry on top was honestly the 2 mollies they throw inside. Joseph couldn't do anything. Even if I wanted to say like, oh, it would be better for Joseph to go for the isolate, I don't think he can at that point, because MQN was really smart on how exactly they wanted to take the fight with FOD. But now coming into AFCON, you mentioned earlier that AFCON was also another team who are slow cookers, and honestly, I think I'm really interested to see how exactly they approach this league. Because AFCON is a team that honestly has been, to me, a very quiet team. But at the same time, you look at the end results, they're like, oh, okay, they got points here, they got points there. They're still in the middle of the ladder. And then suddenly toward the end, you're like, oh my god, they're top 10 and they're top 6? How? When? Were they even getting chicken dinners? And this is a type of team that I say you don't really have to go all out aggressive, but if you find the sweet spot between aggression as well as picks, you can still consistently make it up on top.
I say Falcon's one of those teams, we call them as opportunists.
Opportunists.
Like how, because they are the type of team that not willing to invest their resources way too much. They playing very smart, but at the same time being very sneaky behind, or being the third party trying to steal away all those kills, all those eliminations from the sidelines, will not give you as much if you go all out aggressive, proactive. But they're trying to play as safe as possible, because this is the very first day. So if it's the very first day, sometimes you're hesitant about your move because you don't know who else is rotating towards you. So they're waiting for the revision version of it, and maybe they will be more proactive, but at the same time they don't want to be left behind so much. So why not, with being in the sidelines, try to pick a couple of frags from there and not being at the bottom. Try to be in the middle bracket as much as they can, while trying to have those last push in the last few days in the week. So that's quite a strategy, if you ask me. A safe one, that is. But if you want instant result, it will be difficult.
Yeah. I like how AFCON is. I think there are some teams that are okay with taking it slow, And I like these teams. Not only are they taking this slow, but they're taking this time to fully digest and take in all the info they can get from these teams. And then, I mean, I guess in the end of the day, there are teams that will just take their time to not only just bot review, but also to digest how exactly the rotations are going to be, what exactly they can do in the situation. I was talking to some coaches about drills, like how exactly drills would go for a pro player. Apparently, some of them take nades, just throw it at an angle again and again, over and over. Some teams, practice how to crash into areas. Spear crash, one player or one more point for YG immediately taken down. Enigma again finds himself in a bit of a pickle here. And it's so interesting for Enigma to me because they are a team that likes to play aggressive, but in a lot of situations they find themselves at the getting the shorter end of the stick. And now with one more player gone down, Andrew, one of the players who are always down and out so very early, will be immediately lobbied. And look at BRO. Opportunists, as you mentioned earlier, not the same team, but look at that. Fugo, some information says, okay, I don't think we want to take anything. I don't think we want to have anything to do with that fight. Immediately goes back toward the compound and then just goes back and just move toward the other side. With one player going for the scout, Mernat was just so aware of this. He immediately goes out for the chase. Call it, a Grand Theft Auto sort of situation, if you may. A few gonna do a nice big rotate, go back to his team. And I'm just curious to know, like, what exactly is YG planning on here? Because they're taking a lot of damage just to get that pick earlier. And the one who gets that pick onto Andrew was was BRO.
They're having a bit of difficulty to trying to return fire to a sort of pro due to their circumstances, not having any sort of compound to take covers. Have to actually sacrifice Andrew, and the circle will be one of the many reasons too, is go up north again. But this time CFU Gaming once more waiting on top of shooting range. We have very similar circle than the previous one, and HWG coming in very clear, but the one coming in very late this time is going to be Osja Esports and KE coming out from the blue zone.
Look at Few. Gonna be so very happy. BRO, I would say, is a very, very opportunistic team. But I really want to see what's going on here as Federal is already with the opening onto Master Ichi. Master Ichi is all alone on the other side. Smile, we see how he plays this game before. Go aggressive to the front line. Be straight up in your face. And I have to say, that's a very risky play given the fact that WPM has a 2-2 formation, a 3-1 formation actually. But they didn't realize that while Michi was on the back side here, he was aware that there will be someone watching the flanks, and another member of GE goes down. Now for the other members of GE, they're like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna be worth it taking this fight. Let's just skedaddle out of here. If we lose 2, it's gonna be 2. As Al's taking up a lot of damage, his car is smoking hot right now, just like the Malaysian weather, or rather the Southeast Asian weather here. But not enough to explode quite yet, and they escape by the skin of their teeth. But Smile, very aware there's another team, Ravenwood, waiting toward the southern side of the area, and like, okay, I don't think I'm gonna play toward that terrain, and we're just gonna go.
For GE down to 2 players, but at least Smile is there. That's going to be their main fragger for the team. Has been contributing so much for the side of GE. They're standing number 1, yes, for how much longer by the end of the day. While Ravenwood, or Hyena Ravenwood, so far, things has not been in their favor. We're talking about the past few games that have been one of the team being eliminated too early on, but HWG on the other hand taking Osja straight in their face with another knock here and then finish off straight away. I'm not sure what is happening on the side of Osja Esports. They're having a bit of difficulty, even though Ravenwood is one of the new teams coming in, but they are super aggressive, very proactive, has been trying to find the frags all day long, and they're not showing any sign of slowing down.
I like Ravenwood a lot, honestly, because, you know, they have girls. I was shocked. I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw her face on the screen. I was like, wait, we have girls in this league? I didn't even know that. And it's always very fun to see more girls in the league.
And Wakjang, the only one that actually the male being surrounded by all the flowers, but the girls, I have to say, they are actually one of the best player in their own respective region. And not just that, they're one of the top female players for PUBG Mobile as well. I used to play for Axis, a couple of them. But they definitely are not very shy when it comes to professional tournament. They have been there, they have been actually qualified themselves in PMPL for so many seasons, finally getting into World Cup this time. Now, we did have back in the days PPG, the full female squad back then that managed to score themselves quite a number, but having a bit difficulty to adapt themselves in the pro scene in the last minute. Getting into grand finals is not an easy feat, everybody knows that, but if they can actually do it for Hyena Ravenwood, this is going to be one of the first few if they can score even a top 3 in the grand finals. It's so hard to have females that's really strong against all these veterans, but if they can score it, why not? CFU rookies are not taking one of the veterans, YG, down on the ground. Same goes for Magna. These rookie teams are not taking any sort of slow tempo at all. You're not even kidding. Look at the kill feed, Tash. We're talking about rookies or not. They are overpowering the veterans.
I love it when you have a good Cinderella story, a good underdog story, and I am really rooting for MQN now. They're very aggressive, and taking it out of FOD so early is just so fun to watch. They're in a very open area, but they're still being very cautious. You can tell that in terms of game sense, they're very heightened. They are very aware that there are some rotations coming through, but a lot of teams are not willing to take the fights. Again, day one things where I'm expecting the game on day one to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, come day two is where it gets a little bit more, I would say, intricate when it comes to games. It's very, very, I would say, it comes in layers on how exactly each team will be approaching things. So Magic's getting a pick here, but for CFU, they are facing up against WPM. WPM, we know that Federalis has been able to take those long-range picks, and it's really annoying to just really pop out your head just to get some information and immediately you get knocked down. Now, for FV just now, with Magic's already getting 2 in the back just so quietly, these are all just picks from teams who are rotating into the circle. Given the fact that they're watching 2 sides of the road, makes it so hard for anyone to be rotating in from the eastern side. And on top of that, because they have so many terrains, so many compounds or so many buildings in their hands, this is where they're gonna be like, it's hard for people to say which area or which building should we sort of look out for. With Sin playing the same trenches again, this was the trend that led them to victory. And now Austria, going aggressive here. Sky Nin, the player to have won the 30-second SEA Games solo, will be the one to almost take QB down, but he's not going to be surviving. And immediately Enigma runs forward. Spooky will be the one to meet him outside in the blue zone. As Sky Nin does eventually go down here, Caps is the one to seal the deal. Spooky didn't have to go too aggressive, but I like the fact that they're trying to be very, very safe and not allow another team to not only steal their kills, but also in case that his teammate was there to pick him up. Now the circle will be pulling out toward the southern side here to hit the shooting range once again, and Sin, once again, their place, their drop spot, their place of choice will be the one that might just bring them to the top.
They're not having any sort of move right now due to just waiting in the trench, but at least they got themselves same rotation all over again. Not much of a headache for them to decide where to go next because it's the same sort of circle, very similar, not exactly the same, close enough. HWG know for a fact in the last map of Wrangle, this terrain is very tricky due to its curve. It's not really a flat field, but HWG knows better. They're trying to find the peak coming out from the flank side, and BRO range pull back all the way just to see the bigger picture of who's standing where. But the rest of HWG not going to give away their intel easily. Yatkar actually spotted out one of the players from afar, shooting them, and Orange from Pro taking on HWG from afar as well. Plays and finish off Mewtwo instead, or WPM start to fight against Falcon. Shots open and fired on the side of HWG. Yahiko, ambitious spray, but a bit difficult with those whiffed. Alpha on the other stuck in between. Yakar still trying to help his teammate by tossing out those smokes, but at the same time they being compressed 2 ways. Not just HW have to face Bro right now, they do have another team right on top of them, which going to be Sin. Sin leaving the trenches out, spread out, trying to find any frags behind them, and it happens to be fruitful. They managed to spot out HWG players, but at the same time they cannot stay too long since they're being exposed of for their position. Now Bro, this is going to be a long hike, same goes for HWG, but on the other side of the map, on the northern side, it's going to be a bit of a fight where we do have some covers between them.
is up with this area? This is the same area where we saw Enigma get taken down here. Magic's taking a lot of damage, but the vehicle has already been exploded. So thankfully, it can be used as a little bit of cover for them. Now for AFCON, Shelby all alone in between two teams here. A sandwich, not the best situation to be in. Age, here we go. It's just taking up a lot of damage here from BRO. BRO not stopping the hurt, not stopping the damage. The spray and pray from MM. He's trying to figure out where exactly these players are inside of the smoke. His teammate is on the other side. He eats a lot of damage from the nade. Yahiko goes down to range, and now range is just rushing forward here. There's no stopping for this team once they keep the ball rolling. And HWG go down, and Yatka, the last member left alive, he will be running for his life, moving away. He barely survives that actually, as GE, they're stuck in the bottom of the area. They can't go out, with FG just holding down one side. If they want to move, they have to find a way outside. But FV might just be their might just be their savior here, as they have their sights onto Ravenwood.
GE playing the bunkers. I mean, like, they're trying to hold into the bunker as much as they can while waiting for the rest of the team trying to secure their eliminations and the fight, waiting for the fight to over. But for now, AV are going as aggressive as they can. Magic's got himself 2 eliminations by now, while the rest of AV trying to surround whoever's on top of shooting range, which going to be Falcon. But they do have Hyena Raven on the other end. So the moment they finish off with Falcon, and if Falcon finish off with them in this case, Hyena Raven will wait for the right time to march in. Now the circle shrinks even further more. West Point Mamba right in the center, while the rest of the teams, especially those inside of those bunkers, need to get out. We're talking about coming out from VNGE right now, surrounded by Hyena Ravenwood at the same time. At least KE, though, they do have a very clear path into the circle without any sort of interruptions. Nobody will intercept them while getting into the center, while WPM just waiting the right time to open fire. We do have left and right of side of the circle heavily crowded by these teams fighting each other neck to neck. Ozja Pov waiting on the high grounds with this rock to be his only cover for now. He definitely heard the irritation coming up from Sin. Now Sin not even gonna leave these trenches any time at all. Since the start till the end, he might actually ended up here still.
That trench is where they be cooking, honestly. But with GE still inside FV, they can't rush in. You saw what happened earlier when you saw the members of Enigma rush inside. So what they're gonna do here is just try to clear the entrances with those throwables. But FV a little bit more smart. You put Juggy on the outside of the area to make sure that no one is going to go for the flank for those lurks. But Magix, he says, you know what? I can answer those nades too. Here, have one. Does it actually hit him? Oh, he does! He barely goes down! Oh man, one more nade and he would have been lobbied at this point. But here's Raul meeting up with the other side. So there's 3 members of them in the entrance of this bunker. But they have to be careful because look at how many teams are attracted to them. KE has a little bit of a crater to work with. Boy Sean rushing forward to get the info. He eats a lot of damage, but not before GE puts in the hurt to the members outside of the bunker. WPM again meeting up with CFU here. CFU playing it very smart inside of the smokes. The smoke criminal, if you may, not happening quite yet in terms of the damage from both teams. But one does get knocked down. Support, providing support to his teammates, becoming the distractor. And now GE Owls does go down eventually by DD, and Smile trying his best to leave the area because there's nothing but a dead end inside there. Magic sprays in the area, and Smile not able to go for the pickup. They both go down, and just like that, unfortunately for GE, they go down 11th place as KE still trying to find a way inside of the firing of the shooting range. Is so hard because FV on the top side of the terrain, they can play it safe, but this terrain is not necessarily the best place for them to be in because WPM has a high ground advantage to them. They can just spray down from the top side, and on top of that nade, or rather that throwable, just rolls onto them. Not the best place for them to be, and Kaya actually ate a lot of damage from that nade.
But AV addition to Magic their lineup definitely pays so well for the team. They got himself quite a number of elimination, dominating even at 5 right now. He knows exactly how to play around this bunkers because MY. PMPL loves to play around this bunkers, and Magic speaks again. 2 teams taking on West back to back. They have 2 angles, crossfire to fight against it. Quite difficult for them to stand and hold their ground. But the problem is the Blue Zones coming into their place as well, squeezing them out of their life while the circle shrinks. Westpoint Mama got in the center. Now the next best thing for Sin, it's going to be getting those circles again. Oja leading with only Pop to survive, while CFU Gaming taking the fight against YG. Romo by and Manette again, remaining as two last players for their roster, for the team. While KE and FB still fighting on top of their very small mountain around the bunkers area. But back to a side of KE, they have a bit of a crate like I mentioned early on. But the smoke, the moment it dissipates, will have a clear view for FB to rush in. But the problem right now, they hardly land any bullets with these kind of pits, taking a bit of cover for KE. For FB, if they have those utilities, they have those grenades, this is the best time to toss it out.
KE, boy Sean. Ooh, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Not the best situation to be in, but DD finds Kaya as well as 2 down already. Wondering how FV will be rushing forward to this. If they were to rush out, they might just be straight out for the bottom. They're trying to find a way to safely get inside of the circle. Now what he does is he picks up his teammate in one of the buggies, moves out the other way, finds Magics, and then they're going in for the long rotation. They don't want to take up this fight, but look at who's on the other side here. It's going to be CFU putting in the damage coming through. They already knocked one out of the way. Boy Sean being able to be revived, his teammates as well, and just like that, YG in the dominance coming up forward here. They just go and spray and spray onto the other members who are coming to the circle. FB now in trouble. Kaya putting in a lot of damage with that gun. But because they still have the vehicle, what they can do is just reposition those vehicles to make it into a nice little bunker. But this bunker has a time limit. As the blue zone comes forward here, FB will be the one to take up that space as the gatekeepers. But Juggy goes down here. He does get picked off by the other members of KE. And Nate comes through. Raul eating a lot of damage, eventually does get knocked out. And Osha will be the one eliminated. What is going on here? Because here's Steve and trade on trade. FB goes down. 5 eliminations in the bag. And WPM, they're not allowing KE to even get to the top at all. The top goes down. Eliminated just like that. And the kill will be taken by a member of Ravenwood. As Michi runs out, he wants to try to go for Davan. He is on the lower side of the terrain. He wants to rush up, but he's still making sure that he's able to trade out with his teammates. They're so aware that Davan has Sean around and they don't want to be traded out. And CFU is very much close by as Amas inside of the smokes already knocked down. They want to go for that reset. They do. And another nade comes through. I'm not sure if it hits him. It doesn't. But Katila gets picked up on the other side of the map by Sid.
So CFU, they're trying to shut down whoever tries to stop them from moving forward. KE, a bit of a difficulty. They have to face again 2 teams at a time. But for the side of West Point Mamba, Michi has been heavy lifting so much for the team while Irma's trying to hold with a very small shack. Mix and Michi will toss the nade to shut down KE, but the problem is they realize CFU is shooting on top of them. Same goes for Sin. And the one that actually untouchable right now, not enough attention given to, is going to be Sin. Here comes the rush, and they ram it in for CFU, shutting down West Point Mamba from this shack. They have their back open up for West Point Mamba. Nobody giving a support fight from the back as Irma's knocked down to his knees. But CFU is not just a one-way fight, it's a two-way. They've been having to face the cost of their risk-taking moves. Eliminated, obliterated by the hands of West Point Mamba. Michi and Mix, you can never not respect this player. You disrespecting their firepower, you're making a mistake.
What a play, honestly, because you thought that CFU might be coming out of that alive. Regardless, they go down. Sin now in trouble. Mix will be the one for the intro. Finds FV. And now, with Mix rushing up forward, he has to go for those heals. He has a little bit of a terrain to work with. But it's going to be an uphill battle here for West Point Mamba. Because you want to go to the top side of the terrain, but look at that. An airdrop to give them a little bit of space, a little bit of cover. Amas goes down, but they're still with 2 men left standing. Sin with 3, they do have the man advantage. But in this situation, if you're able to go for the isolate, if you're able to trade out a 1-2 punch like they did earlier, WPM might be able to make it out alive. With KE, with only 1 man standing, this can be a kingmaker. They can be the difference between life and death for any of these teams. As YG, they're still waiting for the right time to get into the circle. Now with Michi playing the prone game here, yeah, it all comes down to this when you're at the bottom side of the terrain. Who gets popped out first? Who will be spotted out first? And with such an open area here, Sin all they have to do is just kind of go for those picks, just see whose head can they spot out first, who can they spray out first. And with other teams not having the man advantage, this can just be a win for them. But it's going to be Davan who's going to be the thorn in WPM side. Michi gonna go for that first hit first. They're gonna throw all of their throwables onto Davan, but Davan is just basically untouchable at this point. They have a general idea where he is, but no clue where exactly to throw those nades. And none of their nades had actually hit Davan at all. But I'm guessing at this point, because Davan hasn't healed quite yet, that means he doesn't have any more, I would say, healings. I think he's trying to make sure that he can use it at the last possible moment to make sure that he can get the full value out of it. Proning forward, he has a little bit of terrain to play with. He can go back and forth, he can go for the sprays, but you have to remember, with YG still inside, staying as quiet as a rat, it's a very complicated situation because none of these teams know where they are.
Problem is, I worry for West Point Mamba. They invested so much resources just to take down on Davan, but the problem is the one they should focus on is going to be Sin. They got themselves a lot of numbers of men, not just that. Firepower is incredible. Holy Lanju, I'm waiting for those nades to drop by him because he's incredible grenade tosser. We do know he can eliminate these guys easily with his nade. But on the side of Michi and Mix, this is going to be the best duo coming up from West Point Mamba. They want to take down on Davan, but it's just too much resources being used. I'm worried if they don't have enough, if the real fight getting into their hands. We're talking about Sen and also YG on the other end here. Davan still trying to play as quiet as possible. Michi couldn't hold it much longer. Just gonna go for the rush, investing so much with his life, but will be worth it. Davan, he shot straight in the face of Michi and Mix. He will actually sacrifice Michi for this nade. No way, Davan shot it in an instant. And that nade helps alongside with Davan. K is still going down, but at a cost for the side of WPM. Now left with only one player, 3v1. What are the odds? They are running low of resources. There's no way Mix can actually clutch this one alone. They are rushing him down, trying to run down, and that's a splat ending for Sin. They secured the chicken. Hey, I hit another prediction, but that's my day today. But Sin, on the other hand, their position was just perfect. They got themselves the same stretch Ash. Nobody tried to take them out.
I don't think anyone thought the same trench would be the reason for the win. But honestly, I think WPM, they had an idea how they wanted to play that, but it's just a little bit of a miscommunication. If they want to play with that card just now, you want to have that straight potential here. Yes, the DPS will take his teammate down, but you want to have someone to trade out from the other side. And that was a little bit of a hesitation from his teammate to do that follow-up because he has no clue how he's going to rotate forward and follow up those kills because obviously using that card to go toward Davan had created so much space that he wasn't able to cover as quickly, and he didn't want to get sprayed out from the top side, which is from Sin. Regardless, have a look at it. Sin here, they didn't really have the most in terms of eliminations because they already had in terms of, I would say, positioning from beginning to end. It's all just about holding down the line of the area, and that little trench had given them not only cover, but also a high guard advantage to them as well because they didn't really have to move. All they had to do was just survive, and in a lot of situations, we did see them fight with, I would say, FB. We saw them fight with, I think it was with WPM. A lot of people were, I would say, rotating near them. I think GE did pass them as well at one point, getting toward that bunker. But because all they had to do was just hold and just spray, no one went toward them at all to take that area away from them. But I think that because they've been playing this area twice today, I can already sort of expect that tomorrow will be the day a lot of teams will be microscoping onto that trench area where Sin was.
Not getting confused for viewers out there. There's two FB in the match. One is FB for the team, one is FB for Sin player, okay? Just in case you don't know which FB we're talking about, we're going to talk about FB, MPX, and Sin FB. But Sin FB definitely scores quite a number of damage output. But the problem is, it didn't secure too much elimination. But Sin still, nevertheless, is going to be a well-deserving chicken. But West Point Mamba, that was a bit of a blunder, if you ask me. With those nades dropped by the side of his own teammate, Mix tried to survive as long. It didn't work out. Michi, I can see he tried to deny the point since the plan B didn't work out as they hoped it will be against Davan. But you have to give credit to Davan. There's only one rock between him, but he played it so well to defeat the rest of West Point Mamba, knowing for the fact they will lock him down no matter what. And this is just one of those times he has to decide whether to deny the point or not. But Davan still scored that 1 point before he went down. There's still a big win for KE regardless of who's the only player left. So I think that's a big loss for WTM because they might actually work more with 2 players, but they don't really have a choice due to the distance that Von actually make between them and how well he knows about the rock in between. That's one rock to rule both of them.
Literally stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he still won it in the end. But with Sin, 9 eliminations. Even though they were very quiet, they were still able to get those points, and it's all again the same thing for Sin here. It's all just people rotating, it's all just people passing by. No one really wants to challenge them, and I'm just curious to know like what exactly is going on through their minds here. Is it because they didn't think that the circle would be favoring where Sin was, or because they're prioritizing another area? I'm guessing that a priority of area is what is the plan here for most of these teams, because there was I think a compound toward the southern side, or rather the lower side of the terrain, which is what they were gonna go for. Regardless, WPM still, regardless of that, I would say the miscommunication between the 2 players, they still managed to get second place here with 8 eliminations. I think with 14 points, only 4 points deficit, I think this is still enough points to just really keep them on the top side of the scoreboard. Coming back is going to be YG, and I think this is a great comeback story for YG because they didn't really have the greatest first and second game, and I think that this is a great way for them to really just push themselves all the way up to, I would say, 6th place. Now with Sin taking up 1st place here and WPM going up, it pushes APG down, and APG didn't play map number 2, I believe. So there is still time for APG to catch up, at least for top 2 toward the end of the day. But again, this is a marathon, not a race. You just want to be able to make it toward the end of the week before the reshuffle.
But I'm loving the fact that all top 3 are actually teams that actually score themselves those chicken dinner. But I would be a bit worried for Oja Esports since we have high regards for them, but the problem still, they are at the very bottom. But like I mentioned before, maybe they are playing a bit safe, just trying to revise all the other teams down there while trying to formulate themselves the best conclusion of how their rotation and what they're aiming for the next couple of days for the entire week of week number 1. But for G-Lab, this is going to be one of the teams you don't see too often. Same goes for TJOA. A lot of the times you see TJOA swimming over the river or some sort of very awkward situation, but hey, at least they try. But speaking of the other teams, Tash, I noticed the teams like the rookie teams, not really rookie players, they are newly formed teams with very veteran players, including Magna. You mentioned about Magna. Hyena Raven, they have not been very active when it comes to the first few minutes, but they definitely scored themselves like consistently in the top 10 almost every single round. But also another team I should want to mention about is going to be CFU Gaming. CFU, Magna, and another team which going to be, if I'm not mistaken, is it going to be Falcon or was it Enigma that love to play very aggressive the first few minutes into the map. So I'm loving that so far. It just portrays so well when it comes to their points because it's down to elimination points. You can get the most out of chicken, it's going to be 10, but you can get more with those eliminations.
Yeah, but I think again, when you look at teams like Hyena,
Ravenwood.
what's that team? Ravenclaw, there we go. It's a very
Ravenwood.
long name. Ravenwood, not Ravenclaw, sorry, Ravenwood. Now, Ravenwood, I think is a team that I agree with you. They're very, very quiet early, but I think they're trying to play the very optimistic game. I don't think they're very proactive when it comes to fights. They're more of like waiting for fights to happen and then they try to steal as many as they can. But I would love to see a little bit more proactive decision making from the girls. I think that in this situation, you know, they did have a good positioning just now near, I would say, a nice little compound. They held the area for quite a long time. They were able to get those long range picks. But what if they were to play as aggressively as they can? What if they really showed their firepower? Maybe we'd see a different sort of dynamic coming from them coming into the game. I'm not sure if it's a day one sort of thing, but I did make a list here for you guys. Like as we go, before we go into Myanmar here. Teams that are really aggressive for me right now is MQN, Enigma, and APG. And I think it hasn't really changed quite yet because I think APG mostly is just exit, being exit, and many eliminations that he can get, likes to take those fights, allow his teammates to really enable him in terms of taking out space. So, you know, it is what it is. But MQN and Enigma, I think for Enigma, in a lot of situations, they want to play aggressive, but it really just bites them back in the butt. They weren't able to really seal the deal and survive for as long as they want to, despite the fact that they are actually just getting teams very, very early. But MQN, team that really surprised me because not only are they newly formed, but you can tell that in terms of their dynamics, they know what they're doing. They know what exactly they're doing very early in terms of fights and what they expect out of it. And I really hope that this continues on for me. But a team that really surprised me, I have to agree with you, is CFU. I was watching them earlier and I was like, okay, it's very quiet from them. What do we want to see from them? And I saw that consistently throughout the day, they've been getting not only top 10, but sometimes even top 5. And the idea is they are aggressive, but not super aggressive to the point that it takes them out, that they are numbers a deficit. They know what exactly they want to do in terms of their takes, and if they go down together. It's never really a situation where you have like 3 members left alive, 2 members left alive. They make sure if they go in as a team, they die as a team.
Well, it's going to change when it comes to the first Miramar of the day, Tash, because we do know Group D is not playing, which is going to be A, B, C, E. Group D, we do know they are very aggressive when it comes to firepower and consistency, which is going to give away GE, 5 of Danger or FOD, West Point Mamba, and Enigma. These are the team always consistently getting themselves in the top 5 almost every single map. So far, the only one that I haven't hit is going to be GE, but they're not playing, I think, this round. Sorry. Yeah, my bad with the predictions, guys. But yeah, bear with me for a bit. But speaking of the team here, yeah, this is the right one. There you go. AV, PBE, MQN, YG, Olja, and KE for you. For me, AV, we saw how ridiculous they were when it comes to taking those bunkers, right? They were incredibly strong, especially with Magic's playing alongside with them. PBE, for me personally, I want to see this dynamic without Ranked, without Damigod this season. How will they fare? Can they actually adapt themselves in the very short amount of time they have left with the day number 1 to get along within the entire week? Because they cannot afford to lose any more games or any more days after this. It will be very detrimental for them. MQN, you know, it just shows just now how aggressive they can be. They have the thirst, they have the drive to prove themselves because they are a rookie team. New banner, yes. New players, not so much.
Now, for me, I think I'm still gonna go for Austria. They are a slow cooker team. We are questioning a little bit in terms of their consistency here because today has not been a good day for them. They're getting knocked out so very early, and I think that some of these teams, they are a team that they don't really fix themselves, like, you know, in between those games. They do need some time to figure it out. I'm hoping that day 2 would be a different story for them altogether. I think KE has been pretty good in terms of like surviving. They know how exactly they want to take those fights. They are a good team that when it comes to putting in pressure as well as picking up their teammates, I really like seeing them. I love how aggressive the top can be. I love how he plays. We just have to wait and see how exactly it's going to go in terms of momentum, because I don't think that they are like a team that goes out early, but they aren't exactly spectacular or wowing me right now either. YG very quietly comes back on top. I love to see that. Again, my storyline is to see these veterans just make a statement play, saying like, okay, we are the household name of Myanmar. We've been here for a long time. We want to make that impact, and perhaps this season, it's our season. The fall season is where we want to really shine. It doesn't really matter whether or not we're number 1, 2, 3, but the top 3 is where we want to go.
Well, so far Group D is not playing. Can they actually score? This is the time, right? For the other teams, you mentioned about KE, but YG, especially YG, you mentioned how they are a legacy. Can they come back with the stronger results this time? Because they have been there, you know. It feels bad to see a team that have been so long in the scene but barely actually make it out and having a breakthrough for them. But at the same time, the competition gets even better because we do know if you're not improvising, if you're not adapting, the other teams, rookie or veteran, they will catch up to you. So I just hope they actually do know what they're doing for the next one, because Miramar is a huge map. We're talking about the monster truck. Yes, we do have the monster truck in the Wrangle too, but the monster truck is going to be super famous when it comes to Miramar due to its big wheels, easily to climb up this 90 degrees hike at this point. And also speaking of Miramar, lucky enough we don't have West Point Mamba because they definitely love this map so much and they can definitely own it if they want to. But next one, maybe you're going to see a bit of insight coming up from West Point Mamba when it comes to them adapting to its Miramar. But yeah, Miramar, we do have San Martin to be contested. We do have Los Leones, how many teams dropping there, and so far a lot of circles in the last season. Most of it comprises some bit of Los Leones. We even have so many circles on top of Los Leones, so I'm not surprised a lot of teams trying to snatch that places out of each other's hand. But the thing is, I want to see something from the side of PBE. Still back to PBE, because this is a team in Wildcard, one of the best once upon a time. Even challenged one of the best players in MYSG before this. Now, not so much. Maybe because of the dynamics. Maybe they need their old players back. I don't know.
I think that for BBE, I think I'm gonna have to agree with you. Perhaps not having their teammates with them, the change in dynamics might be different because Rankit has been the team for a very long time. I would say that Rankit was definitely the backbone of the team with how he plays. I mean, I think the last time he played for PBE, or rather under with the team, was in the 32nd SEA Games, and we saw him play. He was phenomenal. I love how aggressive he has been. You know, he has been. I mean, when we interview him as well, he's a very funny personality, which really puts PBE in our hearts. But at the same time, you know, not having him in the team really changes it up. I don't know how long this team has been training together. I don't know how long it takes for a team to really find dynamics, because sometimes there are teams that are forced to disband or let go of team players so very early, not even a season in, because they weren't able to find a dynamic. And I hope this isn't the case for Playbook Esports, because again, we talk about, you know, household names, we talk about legacy, and Playbook Esports, if you remember, are a team that has been quite, I would say, great when it comes to consistency. But coming into this map, Chuchu, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Not having West Point Mamba in this map is definitely a little bit of a bummer for me, because it is the first Myanmar of this entire season. I mean, we'll see them after this, but I really wanted to see how the dynamics are going to be. Regardless, I'm really hoping, like just like you, I'm really hoping for a Lost Leonis end. I love an urban warfare, but at the same time, Crater Fields though, that will be really annoying for these teams.
I feel like Lost Leonis is great for initial drop, but I really hate it if it ended up there for the circuit.
I love urban
so
warfare.
many buildings. Too much buildings. You're waiting for
DBS fights, Choo-Choo!
No!
Imagine!
No, not Lost Leonis. Maybe Montenegro, but you know we're gonna have to wait and see, and see it straight into Myanmar because we're flying into the stormy desert. But I do prefer Crater Fields. I do prefer.
Right. It's so fun, right? And on top of that, with the monster truck there, it means that, you know, I think that the biggest problem, like a lot of teams had, especially when the circles went toward an area between a high ground and low ground, was figure out, do I want to hold on to the high ground and risk the circle pulling downwards and us dying because we have to drop down, or do we want to play low ground and risk being shot from above? I think that's the question that everyone asks. But now with the addition of this monster truck, I think it eliminates some of the problems. But one problem about the monster truck is that it's very, very slow and everyone can see when you're rotating. But toward the end of the circle, I don't think you really want to care because the monster truck is just so very tanky. And speaking of rotations, it's gonna be from all the way up southern side of Kapomitar, or rather El Azhar, going down toward the western side of La Vilera. What do you think, Chuchu?
Oh, this is a very big flight path. Evenly splits the map onto the north and southern side, so everybody can drop wherever they want to or wherever they feel comfortable with. But it's always about the circle, right? So the circle, I feel like it's going to be in the center. High chance it will be, but it will be great if you have a bit of Impala or Porto, even Lost Eagles. I never get to pass Lost Eagles sort of a circle. Please give me one so I can see how well this plays a step and how challenging it will be for them. And it's super funny, but hey, at least we got Crater Field this time, so not complaining.
Regardless, circle. Maybe we are going to be getting these Crater Fields. I remember the first time I started shoutcasting and these apartments were where the circles ended up to last. And then because of the, you know, the chicken dinner point, which was 15 back then, and because of how the format of the tournament was, we saw teams holding on, like maybe the top two floors was another team, the second bottom floors are two other teams, and everyone just waited quietly until the circles shifted. And because the circles shifted away from the apartments, this is where like people are like, oh God, we're gonna have to fight people in order to get down. And that was kind of fun, low-key. It was like people paying rent and being good neighbors for the first 5 minutes until it wasn't. It was like the straight up Purge movie. It's pretty fun. Regardless.
Back
Sorry,
to
go ahead,
sort of-
Chichu.
No, it's okay. Back to its first initial drop spot kind of clash between Bro and KE. If you notice, a lot of times, KE happened to be clashing with some teams in the early fights or initial drop spots a couple of times for today. So they definitely have a bit of a problem to have themselves secure their initial drop spots by the entire week, if that's the case, if nobody willing to compromise. But on the side of KE, Picano is a very small compound, it's a very small town. It's not enough to provide more than one, maybe 1.5, but not 2 at the time being. Back to the side of Bro, Harami Bro, they are across the street, so at least that's the good news for both teams, because if they want to force the fight, it's going to be difficult for them to have those execution unless they try to rush over the open feel of those street and even a different building entirely, but they can't hop over the other end. So Boyshan trying to make sure that he's not giving too much information by making sure he's playing as safe as possible. But on top of Los Leones, I'm not sure how many teams were on top of Los Leones just now, but the guys of Asian, I love these teams' names. I feel like deep down inside, I want to root for them because of their
Because
name.
of the name?
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, to be fair, whenever I see a team with like a very funny logo or funny name, like immediately I want to root for them. Truly, it's just very fun, especially for us who love names. But you love the team because of name. But what do you think of the team though? That's what I want to know.
The players are definitely not new players. I know for MH has been playing for the longest time, so we do know him from a previous tournament, and he has been not really a newbie as a start. So yeah, for teams that kind of we look at the name or the brand of the Orcs feels rookie, they definitely have one or two veteran players playing alongside with them. So he knows exactly what to expect, what to see, and what to strategize with the rest of the team. But so far, it hasn't been fruitful for them. I think Edward is also one of the how do I say, veteran players coming up from the side of the guys of Asian, but it's just a bit passive if you ask me. They are playing very conservatively and have not been engaging too much of a fight. They're taking a longer rotation instead of facing head on whatever obstacles that against them. So they like to work around it instead.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the idea.
Whatever works, right?
Yeah. I mean, like the idea is how exactly you want to approach the game plan, but I think, when you play passive, I mean, to me, it really speaks out in terms of how confident you are in terms of your firepower. And I don't think that they are very confident with them. I mean, I think today has not really been the best of days for their rotations either. We saw earlier the guys of Asia was they had to swim toward the circle. They were just fished out by the Vipers. They were trying to get into the circle and they were picked off as they were trying to rotate inside. And I think, when you look at these patterns, you start to think like, okay, perhaps these longer rotations might not be working for them, because these long rotations means that they're getting into the circle late. That's number one. And number two, because they're quite late, they're not able to get a position where they're able to safely take up space, prepare to hold an area down. And I think that, having a little bit more confidence in taking an area or space or taking these fights would give them a little bit more value, because it does allow them to take up space. They don't have to worry too much about being picked off. And on top of that, if they are still smart enough to play to the side of the circle, it doesn't have to be so aggressive. And speaking of aggressive here, it's going to be Bro coming against KE. One, already nearly knocked down, but he's still surviving by the skin of his teeth. I love his aggressive high risk, high reward plays, because it doesn't really matter how low your HP is. You want to take these fights, and giving so much aggressiveness or so much trust to your teammates to pick you up, and that's exactly what MM did. Finds Kaya, the top is close by to go for those trades, so MM says, it's okay, I got to knock out to Kaya, and now I can safely go for those heals and go for those pickups. And Few, not given mercy at all. At first, it was used to be someone who takes up the info, or even just someone to go for a bait to just rush them out, but that's not happening. And understanding this, it gives them 1 point in the bag. But this fight isn't quite ended yet, as unfortunately for he's not able to get those out of his heals quite yet. He's trying to go for these fights with the DBS, but it's a little bit too far, my dude. You have to get a little bit more closer. His team is already down for the count. He has no clue where the top is, and the top is ready as well with his own DBS. And just like that, 3 already out for the count. But Dale does find one more. It's gonna be Davan. I'm not sure if he lobbies him. I think he does. No, he doesn't. Dale still hasn't figured him out where he is. There he is. He's just gonna immediately find him. Jump shot, 1 point in the bag. At least it's a consolation prize for them.
Eliminated the IGL for the team. Yeah, Devon definitely needed for the rest of the roster. But for Dale, survive with the micro Uzi, it's more than enough. But running low when it comes to his magazines, he definitely needs some resources to refill the gap he's been missing. But the rest of Harami Pro being executed quite early on. But on the side of K, I was laughing because of how by the end of the day, it's always the DBS working for the players. No matter how big the map is, whatever map we're placing or playing, it's gonna be DBS to do all the work. And the top, he was running low when it comes to those ammunition, but it pays so well for him. 12 shots left in his magazine just now, but still secures those elimination. Regardless of how the other players were having, like Harami Pro were having their AKM prepared to open fire, but still the DBS win. You talked about distance, Tash. DBS is so broken that we saw last season. That was like, what, 50 meters apart. They still managed to land.
Wait, no way! Really?
It's just insane. It's just...
Oh, man.
That's why I was hoping for DBS to have a bit of a rework. But when it's not being nerfed, why not use it as much as you can?
If you can't beat them, join them will be the name of the game here. As the circle moves toward El Pozo. Did you, no, I said Crater Fields. Okay.
Yeah, we mentioned Crater Fields. Like, you got Crater Fields. You cannot be more than happy with this. But if
I could even get my Urban Warfare at El Pozo if that were to happen, right?
No,
I know. It's a very slow ending when it's Urban Warfare because everyone's just waiting inside the buildings for the circle to just immediately shoot.
It would be great. If they have mollies,
yeah,
it would be great.
that would be great. Yeah, and I think Sin has been really good at, getting a lot of throwables toward the end. I mean, if you remember just now, how many throwables they had accumulated toward the last part. I mean, that's what exactly we talked about West Point Mamba using so many of the throwables onto Davan, I believe, before they were able to just fight at SIN with Sin. And I think that in this situation, having those mollies toward the end will be the best case scenario, especially if you want to take the space. Speaking of space, it's Ranzer who is trying to shoot toward the area of the church, I believe. But no one is there.
Speaking of KE, right? Don't you feel it's very unfortunate for Davan for today? Every single time it must be him. Either the last
I want to say something to you because this is something I even saw at the 30-second SEA game. So I don't know if it's bad luck. It's just continue on since then.
Is it you?
It's actually insane.
Is it you, Ash? Is it just
it's
you?
Me? It's me? Oh man, I'm sorry, Davan. I'm really sorry. I wanted to say just that MQN. Very quiet start early. I'm shook because usually they're the one who's picking fights, but now they're like, nah, it's not air angle, so we're gonna keep quiet here. What do you think about the quiet start here?
I think maybe because it's a bigger map when it comes to Myanmar. Like you mentioned earlier on, there are some teams that are super quiet and some of them are super loud. But it's always the debacle regarding whether you play inner or outer circle, right? In the case of Myanmar, it's never wrong to play the outer circle. Because, usually the top five is always the one that's coming in very late into the fight. Yeah, so it's actually not a wrong move. So many teams are taking the blue zone here. I'm not surprised at this because of how they want to, remove all the unnecessary fight as much as possible. But speaking of Hyena Ravens, they're being hunted down by TGOA. I mean, like, I'm rooting for both of them. I cannot pick a side for now.
That's the problem with these rotations. I mean, as well as buggies. If you are just going to be rushing forward, you have to go for that speed. But in this situation, when one member gets knocked down, it's either you have to stop and take this fight, or you leave them behind. And in this situation, they took a lot of damage just to get into the circle to Monte Nuevo. But with TGOA, Edward with the... I mean, you can tell that this guy, not only is he wanting to take big fights, but he's also trying to make sure he can take up space. And taking up space here would be Sin, who's taking up space toward Austria. Immediately Camper gets taken down. Ranzer in trouble all alone. Moy chasing him down. But with Ranzer playing the side of the terrain here, it may be a whole different story. Astro is here to provide a little bit of cover for his teammate, but he's not close by enough. So with the buggy as well, wow, I love this very, very good driving. Ranzer does secure one pick for himself, gets a little bit of breathing room for that heal, but Evil and the other teammates are gonna move away. Now with only 3 left alive, I'm still waiting for the time that Sky Nin is gonna pop off. Our 30-second SEA game winner for solos is what I want to see here. A little bit of cover gonna be provided by his teammate Ranzer. Just gonna heal up, get those shields up, and it's gonna be trying to find a different angle to play with. Nade cooked up here. They do have a general idea where the other members of SIN are. And this side of the train can be working out well in their favor, but I'm a little bit scared if the nades are able to just really roll out toward them. And given the fact that nades are stopping in front of him, that's not going to be happening. But speaking of that, the guys of Asia now in trouble. Wat Jong says, do not touch my teammates. One goes down, but not sure where the other girls are, as Wat Jong will be the one that's knocked out here by the guys of Asia, immediately lobbied.
It's going to be May coming out from the guys of Asia, shooting him down from afar. Mewtwo, on the other hand, are trying to get himself into the center of the circle. While we're talking about the previous team, but never mind, the top once more. He fought against Bro before this with those DBS having lifting a lot of work by himself, but this time he's the one taking on Sapple, one of the Hyena Ravens who will be having a bit of problem. Executed by Boyshon for the elimination, translated into 1 point. And again, once more, Hyena Ravens being eliminated way too early. I feel like they definitely have to go back to the drawing board to realize that, you know what, we're playing very conservative, running away from fights will not actually give them any sort of a result. They need to come back in the next few maps, maybe in the next day, if even they have to go and start taking action, because if not, they'll be just the victim that being preyed on by these bloodthirsty teams. But back to the side of, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, who was it again? Was it YG or KE? Never mind, I forgot, I lost my train of thought. But definitely Puff Pop is not playing. They put in Renzo just now. Or just Guinin, you mentioned about him being popping off. Now he starts taking fights from far, but I think it's too much of a distance. There's no way for them to eliminate the players. Support on the then having a very unfortunate map previously. At least this time he got his teammates around supporting him.
Look at this fight for BE. We're talking about their firepower, and one boy already knocked down. Afcon this time around is going on the aggressive. Cool nearly taken down. He's so very low, and here another nade knocks him out, and Shelby pushes up forward. They want to take up that space. Free delivery straight to the doorstep as well. Nice little pickup for them as Cole just counting down the seconds before he's finally sent to the lobby. But Austria, they have other plans in mind. They want to go for those long-range picks if they want to. Now for PBE, this is the worst-case scenario, because for Cole, if he goes to his teammate, he might get shot on the backside from Austria. But Afcon as well is aware that Austria is close by. They don't want to be or just commit a little bit too much here, as Chanlon will be the one to relay the information that Astro is close by. These long-range picks, unfortunately, are not going to be hitting. Long-range shorts, excuse me, are not going to be hitting, as Say Cloud comes forward. He wants to find a way to help his teammates and provide that support, but this terrain is not necessarily giving them a lot of space to begin with. And Chanlon nearly gets spotted out by support. No clue where exactly he is, and this is why it's so very scary in this map, because these long-range picks can be very difficult to deal with, as support looking for another pick to put in his bag. Not happening quite yet, as second taking a lot of damage, forced back, has to go for that heal, and now support says, you know what, I'm bored of you, let's have a look at where G-Lab is.
But the one that I worry for is going to be PBE. They caught themselves in a place where there's no exit out for them. They might be surrounded by CFU coming out from afar, trying to compress them every way possible. But they have to pass by Falcon first. Hang and also the rest of the team trying to push themselves towards where they should not been. Where G-Lab do have that warehouse, and this is too costly for them. Detrimental even for the rest of CFU. Didn't even manage to decide which way they want to go first, and that kind of miscommunication just now making a big use in the last minute. Too much of a risk on the side of CFU, but Hang at least marched himself straight into the compound of where G-Lab is, and they tried to take away this warehouse from their hands. Falcons tried to take advantage of what's happening on the other end, and CFU 1 second will bleed out. Nobody to rescue because it's just too much of a distance, and not just that. PBE still fighting against Falcon at the same time, while G-Lab, they definitely knows where Hang is because of the smoke giving away his position. Kai managed to finish off 1 second inside from this warehouse. Now this difficult for the side of CFU. They place themselves in a trap without realizing it, compressing them both ways.
G-Lab inside of a compound, taking a lot of pressure from CFU. Speaking of pressure, Sin was dropping the pressure onto, here we go, Alpha, waiting for that revive. Is APG now back in the game? We love seeing these aggressive plays for them. Exit and his teammates all very much alive here. They have 2 compounds, 2-2 formation to come through here. We talked about an urban warfare ending, and if the circle does move toward this area, this is gonna be Choo-Choo's greatest nightmare. Regardless, Shroud, this time around he's not the fragger for the team. He's not the one putting in that damage. It's gonna be Exit, and I felt like for this situation for APG, it's taken up a lot of pressure off his shoulders in terms of performance, and I think that it's given him a lot of space to go for those long-range picks. And speaking of picks here, FCon gets 2 for themselves. Sin quietly waiting inside this compound. and Moy as well. And I don't think anyone wants to rotate because this area is a low ground surrounded by high ground areas. And you have buildings with 2 stories, 3 stories high. And if you're not able or not aware of your angles properly, you might just be just knocked straight in the head. As pick up knock here. The sprays coming out from Dragon will be the one to put in so much damage to FCON. Immediately, his kill gets stolen by another member on the other side of the map. It's very frustrating when this happens and you're the one who did the work and someone just comes and takes a pick and says, "Thank you very much, that's 1 point for me."
That's the beauty of Battle Royale, really.
Right?
So many things that's not within your control right now, including Hang. I mean, like, it's a bit of a blunder when they have a bit of a last-minute U-turn just now. Caught themselves in the trap against G-Lab. No way out for Hang. Cornered out. Just nowhere to run. G-Lab still set their eyes locked onto Hang. They are focusing to a sort of Falcon, splitted their views even. We do have a couple of teams on the other end, but I'm surprised how very few of the teams coming up from the northern side. None of them attempt to coming up from the north side, which is very clear. But AV Roll taking on Skynin, finally shutting down Skynin entirely. HWG steals it away. As per usual, Tash, you mentioned about how many third parties you hating the fact so much effort being put into that one knockdown, being stolen away in the last minute. Here comes again, but Loki managed to say no to Cloud by knocking him down. But I'm waiting for the APG brothers, especially Exit and Marcus, to start push forward. So far they have
Wait, they're brothers?
Quiet. Yeah, they are brothers.
I never knew that. TIL. Thank you very much knowing that.
No problem.
I wonder if they have sibling buff. No buffs for Shelby though.
Family
Stuck.
buff.
Yeah. Family buff, yeah. Stuck with literally between a rock and a hard place. Here's some smokes out, gives him a little bit of healing. But for FCON, it's just unfortunate timing when you think about it, because they were a little bit too late to get into the circle, and because it's coming toward an urban area, it's hard because there's so many buildings with high ground areas. There's also a terrain in front of him that's a little bit more open. And now Kai has all his eyes onto Shelby. Shelby, what are you gonna do? Can you at least get one pick before you go off here is gonna be the question. Because G-Lab, with so many members still very much alive, he can put in the damage, but I'm not sure if he can actually answer back if he wants to actually steal or at least go for that kill secure. Shelby does have a vehicle, gonna go for a long range, I would say U-turn onto the top side of the area. I'm not sure if it actually gets hit. No. He's actually just holding down the line, just waiting for that opportunistic moment to get into the circle. And so is Cool, actually, because I think that he's all alone right now. His teammates all gone. A little bit too early. Not the best case scenario. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, it is close by him. Sorry, I didn't see that. So at least they go for a 1-1. It's going to be Juggy that eats that damage first. This car is speedy, but it's not necessarily the most tanky. Does heal up, has a little bit more space, but look at the damage coming in from PBE. They want to show off and they want to come back on top here, but they do meet up at the rendezvous. Not the best place to be, honestly. It's a little bit too open for my liking. Ooh, the nade comes out, he eats the damage, he answers back. Here's one more, throw it up. Unfortunately, none of them are actually going to meeting up with PBE, but it does give them a little bit of cover when it comes to the smokes.
They barely make it in just now. If the smoke up vehicle, not so great. They have to not even get close to that vehicle in case it explodes. And definitely they know for a fact they need to march up and hike up those hills, trying to bring all the players down, which is going to be PBE remaining with Cool and Raimon. But they barely make it into the circle even, so they want to get themselves in a very clear pathway into the northern side, while HWG Mewtwo spotted them out. So even if they survive this fight, the moment they step into the circle, this guy's going to shoot them down. Oja, on the other hand, do have Renza playing Rama, so they're not letting Papa play Rama. I assume that Papa will be the master or specialist for Erangel. But inside of Ozja, they do have themselves a bit of a lower ground to deal with, but at least they got 4 walls to barricade themselves temporarily. PBE, on the other hand, left, right, center, they've been cornered up badly. I'm talking about Avi pushing in, compressing them into no exit out. But Astro Axe and the rest of the other teams watching from the back, and even HWG here, trying to take advantage with this distance and the non-cover situation for Avi. They are open for anybody to shoot them down.
Ooh, what a circle! Scotty immediately blows up Boy. Immediately Game Lab Alpha, we just talked about them earlier, about how quiet they are. Look at them dominating already. Perhaps this is their map. DD has to be picked up. Not gonna be an issue here. Despite PBE only having 1 member still left alive, the amount of pressure, firepower they've been giving to FV has been pretty dangerous in my opinion. MQN this time around, Yura will be the one just immediately knocked out of here. Not the best situation to be in. G-Lab, it's gonna be Newbie aggressively just taking him out. Newbie has been very aggressive honestly ever since the last match, or rather the last season. Soya playing quietly beneath the area. I think that this is the best case for them because he can't just listen to the footsteps, he can just go for the sprays. And on top of that, he can just really go for one pick and just move out of the way. But G-Lab this time around, this is a very good map for them. What a great start. What a great amount of picks they have already. 6 in the bag. Regardless for Raul, I think FV, very troubling dilemma for them because throughout so many maps today, they've been having a lot of trouble getting into the circle. And this is one of them, as Austria will be the one to really be the gatekeepers. I think that the problem with Austria as well is that they do want to try and be gatekeepers, but they end up losing. We saw that happen in the previous map. I'm hoping that it'll be a different story in this one. But in this situation, the amount of pressure they're giving to FV can very much work out in their favor. But because they only have 2 players still left alive, I don't know if they want to be staying there for a little bit too long, giving away their position. Because look at where Sin is behind them, and look at where the other teams are. They have all their eyes on them, and it's a small area. And in this situation for this area and map, third party is the best way to win.
They've been attracting too much unwanted attention due to them trying to gatekeep FV for the longest time. And those shots giving away their position, exploiting the exact compound where they are standing. And Sin, even though they have 1 player left, they're just waiting for the other team to take advantage of side of Osja and just waiting for those kill steals. Where we look at the center of the circle is just too crowding right now. 12 teams in the same circle on the 6th stage. Moving towards the 7th stage, we get to see who's being favored by the circle or not. And the teams barely make it in. It's still going to be Amphi. They have to take the fight against Osja. There's no way around it. The moment they go on their left side, which is going to be the open street, it's just too exposed. There's no way for them to actually get out from there unless they have an abundant amount of smokes to take covers from. Now they decided, you know what, we cannot work this around, we have to push in. They decided to do so, shredded almost his helmet and even his vest. Now he's taking so much tank for the side of Afi. That's going to be Magic and going into that compound with Raul with that AWM as well. 2v3, no problem. Osja, when it comes to defending, they are super strong.
Ooh, talk about a numbers advantage. Not having the upper hand. Exit, opening. Again, this man rather, is just not afraid of anything. He's all alone in one compound and he's still putting in the damage. You can see that Sin is not even trying to take up that space. HWG is on the outside this time around. Smokes just to give them a little space. And now they're trying to breach the entrance of where Osja is. But the buildings that Osja is in allows them to have a crossfire to go for those trades if they want to. So if they want to take this fight, they have to encroach 1, if possible, together, get 1 kill secured, and then move into the other one. By isolating the 2 Osja players is the best way to go, so they don't lose in terms of numbers as well. And I'm really rooting for them because they are quite a new team here. They have a lot of space taken up at the same time. You hear the nades come out, but none of them are actually clipping. Astro has to leave his compound because of that molly. But look at that nade thrown out by Ranzer straight into Alpha. He was not aware because as his teammate was rushing up forward, he was actually the distraction. Osja eliminating already 5 in the bag. Mewtwo gone down as well. What a great play by Osja. And this is exactly what I wanted to see. Now for Mewtwo, what are you going to do? You have to wait for your teammates to go for that pickup. But it's a little bit difficult because if you were to go forward, you leave all your teammates out to die. And speaking of dying here, it's going to be Dale lobbied immediately by G-Lab. They haven't left that compound for a very long time. Only 1 elimination for them. So unfortunate.
Oh, the pickup at least happening for the sort of Mewtwo. They definitely got themselves a bit of space due to the smokes they tossed over. And Osja having a bit of a problem to see through those smokes right now. Astro Axe is not happy about this, but Renza secured himself 4 eliminations just by himself. On the sort of G-Lab, they are dominating the chart here with 7 eliminations for the team itself. But we don't see too much of G-Lab. And they've been holding those warehouses for the longest time as well. They're not even having any sort of idea or assumption to leave it so far. Back to a sort of Renza, back into the small shack so far, and Vipers on the other hand taking the guise of Asian to learn the real Asian way. Back on the side of Vipers, choking them to death. With the Blues not even helping on Vipers' side, I mean, like, they are running and gunning for now.
Well, he's out here just to really get them out of that building. Vipers this time around. What a good run for this. Surviving for a long time, but it's gonna be Marcus that opens up onto speed. I think the Vipers little bit too tunnel visioned onto one team. They didn't realize that right beside them was APG. This time around, G-Lab's in trouble as YG encroaches their area. This is a very interesting way of them entering the site, or entering the building here. Coming from one different area on the top side and jumping into the next compound. They have full access to this top side. And because G-Lab's at the bottom side, it's very, very hard for them to go for the rotations because Mernat will be able to shoot out from the top side. And now because they're playing together, they have a higher potential to go for trades if that were to happen. Now in this situation for Austria, they've been great at holding down that area. But what if the circle were to shift? How is their rotations going to go is going to be the question here. And you can see how many teams are on the southern as well as the western side of the circle. There's a lot. And even if you were to step outside or step foot outside of the buildings, you would immediately be just sprayed out. And that's exactly what Marcus did to one of the members. And Playzone will find Skadi in the end. I don't think he was able to leave. And he was trying to deny the point from the members of YG. And in this situation as well, Skadi down and out. Wants to be picked up by his teammates. YG, Andrew will be the one to rush up forward. Immediately splayed out, goes down to the blue zone. Now Dragon as well, gone down. Mernat goes down, he tries to jump down. Andrew as well. Blue zone upon blue zone will be the death for all of these teams. But now as we hit the final circle for stage number 9, exit, he's trying to see if he can get another chicken dinner here. Playing a little bit more aggressive, he wants to leave the building. Smokes out on one side, at least he was not going to be at least traded out or shot from 2 different angles. And this is so difficult, and this is exactly what you predicted, Chuchu.
But this is hard to watch. We're talking about Axis and Marcus coming up from SKR, fighting against Mewtwo, used to be their Axe team member as well. But DJ definitely having a bit of a problem to get out. The moment he gets out, it's going to be a Playzone finish him off. While the side of Mewtwo, I think got finished off by the Playzone as well. Maybe not yet. Yeah, here you go. But on the side of Renza, also got finished, and it's going to be leaving only one player of Ozja. Moy, on the other hand, he's been lasting as a solo player the longest time. Astro Axe have to carry the heck for his team. APG, on the other hand, can they secure another chicken for the day? Kayat was the one out, finish off straight away, but being finished off by Exit instead, leaving APG down to 2. They do have the numbers, but they don't have the angles. Exit then coming up from Sonic's side, trying to just compress more go. You want the DBS again, making its miraculous wonder of work. Oh, how we love DBS.
Moy has not moved for a long time, and just like that, DBS ending for Moy. I mean, while it was very anticlimactic to take a fight that way, I have to really commend it to Sin, okay? The fact that Moy was alone for a very long time. He was beside Austria's compound. He did not make a single sound. He just sat there quietly and ate his food, knowing the right time to show himself. And isn't that the same way that Sin was able to get a chicken dinner in the previous map over in Erangel, where they're able to hold down a trench for a very long time? They didn't make a noise. They got some anti-frags. They didn't really go aggressive when they have to. That's exactly what you want to be. I think for Sin, this idea or how they approach this gameplay works so well in their favor, and honestly, it looks so good.
Sin, I guess, it stands for Silent Assassins or Ninja now. That's why they're playing that way. And they are the team that are getting a back-to-back chicken dinner on 2 different maps. You have to give it to Moy. He lasted so long, got himself that DBS to work by himself, and he delivers. It was a 2v1 just now against Moy with APG. Almost got themselves a chicken, double chicken in a day, but hey, Sim plays it better in that certain critical amount of time. We're talking about swiftly, how he just rely on his raw game sense. He just lead him to victory with that DPS. And to just be calm and compose the entire round by yourself, that's really difficult, Tash. That's almost impossible for us. Leave for this guy to just bear the responsibility for the longest time.
I mean, we did talk about DPS end. We did talk about a DPS 1v3, 1v2, 1v4. That's exactly what we predicted. I mean, if you look at how these teams are playing. I mean, it's very unfortunate for teams who traveled really far, who took so many fights, and then only to be taken down by someone waiting inside by DPS. It can be very frustrating. And again, we talk about how you can't really answer to a DPS. Now, at the end just now, I was actually surprised that DPS was able to put in that much damage from that far. And I just remembered, like you said, it does have a pretty decent range coming forward. And I think that because even then, it wasn't really a full hit with the DPS, if you remember correctly. It was only a partial hit, and it was enough to really take him down at that situation. I mean, at the end of the day, it was still a very difficult circle. And I mean, again, I was already expecting a DPS N2 and Urban Warfare. But, you know, for Moy, survivability, name of the game, great. Puts them up so far. Because look at that. They already had an idea what they wanted to expect in this, which is already we lost 3 players. What's our objective now? Survivability. What we're gonna go for? 10 rank points. So they didn't do any eliminations until the end because Moy only took 2 more eliminations toward the end. Now for Austria, they came in second, but they were a little bit more proactive with their picks. 7 eliminations in the bag with only 2 players. It was Skynin and his teammate. I don't remember who was left alive. And for KE as well, they survived for a long time, but they are very, very proactive with taking these fights. And APG, you know, APG is all about exit being aggressive. You saw some really long-range fights, and I think that it's very fun to see these teams taking a little bit more proactive steps as they move forward in this tournament coming into this new season.
But due to the Sin double chicken dinner just now, open up the gap and stretch us even further compared to all the other teams. I'm not sure how much longer can they stand up there for now. But APG close enough getting those double chicken, only 7 points difference. But so far the highest elimination points will be given up to APG. It shows and it speaks out quite a lot on the side of APG. They used to be a very quiet team, but this is the thing, they will be quiet later usually, and they will be very aggressive in the first few days. I just hope they carry this momentum for the entire week instead. West Mamba being pushed down to 3rd place, but what I worry most here, Tash, is going to be the second page. PBE so far have not been showing so much of a promise. Same goes for Hyena Raven, one of the teams that actually being eliminated early on for the past few maps. We're talking about 16, 15 multiple times. And now they have one good round, but they're just having a bit of difficulty to get themselves better positioned.
Here we go again. They actually launched themselves up. I think HWG was over at the bottom side of the map, of the ladder. I think this map was just so good for them. Now, for teams that are aggressive here, MQN and Enigma, honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed because, you know, again, I'm trying to find a team that is not only very aggressive, but also a team that knows how to survive that aggression. I think that West Point Mamba at this point is still that team who knows how to find a balance between that. And because we didn't see WPM in that map, now I'm more excited than ever to see them play in the final map later of Myanmar. But, you know, coming forward, I think that, again, the fact that we are seeing a lot of teams survive with only 2 members left alive, 1 member left alive, and making up toward the top, so it speaks volumes about the nature of that circle just now on what exactly we can expect from an urban warfare over the big map like Myanmar.
But hey, at least for the sort of Sin, they finish off their day with a double chicken since they're not playing in the next one, which we don't have Group CCFU Gaming, Hyena Raven, YG and Sin. Now this is the time for APG to catch up to them with only 7-point difference. So we have to wait and see for our last Myanmar map of the day. But before that, we're going to head into the break for a bit because we need to chug down some water for both of us because this is going to be hectic, I promise you. See you guys after this.
What's fun about prehistoric battles? Experience the new Dino Ground in Erangel and Livik. There are large dino settlements on the map. And a T-Rex can spawn here. Not only are they full of supplies, but the T-Rex is also a rideable mount. Getting hold of a T-Rex mount is equivalent to having the best weapon and vehicle on the whole map. Not only does it have amazing offense and defense, but it can also cross rivers and scale mountains with ease. There are also speedy velociraptors and flying pterosaurs. Players must first defeat these dinosaurs in order to tame them. Velociraptors have fantastic jumping prowess, and their ground speed is extremely fast. They can easily bound over obstacles to quickly traverse the map. As for pterosaurs, they can freely navigate the skies to attack enemies and rescue teammates at critical moments. With these two dino mounts, you can even ride them to the primal zone to play fun mini-games and earn extra supplies. So, moving on. The recently released World of Wonder has also gotten some hefty updates. The new PUBG Go template gives players even more options to build fun and interesting things. There are also lots of new objects, like the launcher, swinging hammer, conveyor belt, and more. Players will be able to make even more imaginative creations. Of course, Classic Mode has also been updated, most notably with the addition of the full auto mod attachment. Equip it on a compatible weapon to give it a full auto firing mode. The new version also adds a companion spectating feature. After getting eliminated, players can now transform into their companions and run around to spectate their teammates. Of course, you can't see enemies while spectating as a companion. The Murado Open Top also gets a retractable roof feature. Feel the wind in your hair no matter where you race. Get the new version and try the new gameplay now.
What a day for Sin as they got 2 chicken dinners today. Not the most exciting chicken dinners, but it is exactly what they are looking for. Tash Bunny here alongside Choo Choo, and we are your casters for the day for the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023.
Yep, we're looking at a very spicy game here. When talk about Sin, unfortunately they will not be playing in the next one. Definitely a momentum killing performance once you cannot stand for the last map, but at least we got our West Pamama playing their best map so far. It's gonna be Miramar again. And speaking of our prediction, here we go. Magna, I'm a bit disappointed with the performance just now because we are looking for the initial fights because they love those early fights head on. PBE, I'm still waiting for them to, you know, make a comeback, even though you mentioned about how long do they need to gel well just now, but they have been playing together. It's just H2R and Cool has been always in the sub. sometimes they're alternating themselves with Ranked and Demigod back then. Now they are going in full roster. So I think they are. I feel like they're lacking that firepower that we haven't seen them before. But before that, Tash, as always, we're gonna have the new ultimate set. Speaking of spicy and hot, this is gonna be a Crimson FALT Seasons victory. So if you feel like you want to be the nightmare of other players, like how the Crit Mythology states it out, this is gonna be the set that you want to have your hands on.
Yeah, I think it's a really pretty set, and honestly, it's so eye-catching, especially if you want to be a very aggressive player. I imagine if you are a very crazy, a very scary DVS player, and you see someone looking like a nightmare just jumping at you, I would honestly cry. And speaking of crying, you will be crying when you see the World of Wonders. I think I really like this exciting update because it's such a very fun, very whimsical sort of update. And I think that if you guys do stream the game, you would really love making content with this, because I think it's something that you can also enjoy not only with your viewers but also with your friends. Like, imagine how fun it would be for you to do very random things in this map, because the nature of PUBG Mobile has been so competitive. Sometimes it's nice to just take time off and just be have fun in the game.
And speaking of Ducati, we haven't seen the Ducati skins yet.
I'm sad. I really wanted to see those.
Well, I want to see Ducati Panigale V4S. It's an item that's available for you guys, yes, but I want to see it in the game. We have so many players hop onto those motorbikes and superbikes, but we barely get to see the skin just yet. And speaking of the Dino Park and Dino, we do have still more to go, but it's going to be all new RPA series available for you guys. So make sure if you want to be like super Power Rangers set, this is the one that you want to build up with your team with different colors. Like, why not? Feel the power of the Rangers as you get yourself this Royal Pass A series.
Wait, I like the Violet Eclipse Molotov cocktail. It's so pretty. I wonder if the fire, after you throw it, also burns purple, because that would be really cool. And speaking of cool, we also have the Dino Ground coming around here. As I said before, again, it's a very fun mode for you and your friends. You can get a heart attack from your dinosaurs, and Choo Choo wants to be for the dinosaurs. And I just want to kill the dinosaurs because, I watched a lot of Jurassic Park, and I'm still mad about what they did to that person. I don't know if you saw the Jurassic Park where they picked up the character. No, they picked up the character, and then they threw up in the sky, and then they drowned her, and then from drowning her, she got eaten by another dinosaur in the water. That was kind of cool. But
wait, what? You said it's cool, but you don't like that scene. That's kind of confusing now.
Yeah, there's a lot of feelings, just like how I feel about today with Sin's back-to-back chicken dinner.
Hey, I
have a lot of questions. I mean, I love it, yeah, but like. Expected? Not really.
They are my
predicted
predicted team, so I'm not complaining on my side. At least I scored quite a number of my prediction, including
your prediction. I think like if there were coins and you were predicting, you'd have like what, 5 coins now. You were doing pretty good today, I have to say. 3 coins, yeah.
3 coins.
And for me, I think I'm just I'm just the underdog believer. I'm just the believer of the consistency. You go for the chicken dinners. I mean, almost, yeah. I'm still waiting for Osha to wake up. Osha, please wake up. Skynin, big fan of you. Ever since what you did during the SEA Games solo finals. Yeah, big fan. Waiting for that moment, sir.
I mean, this is a team game, Tash. Like it or not, the solo won't work this one because you need more set of eyes, because not everybody is your enemy, right? If you're playing solo, great, because you know for a fact that's not your teammate shooting behind. You know there's somebody else walking. But if you're in a team, like it or not, it's going to be more than one person you have to deal with. So that's going to be a bummer for solo players. But hey, at least if you're really good enough, some teams will scout you if you happen to be a very strong solo player. But speaking of our next map, we do have West Pamama back into the fray. But can these teams start to adapt? The thing about grouping, right? You have to keep on change your dynamic or rotation, because it's going to be different team every single time, and you have to really memorize, especially the IGL, memorize all the initial drop spot for every single team, because there are times that this team is not playing. Now that place is going to be vacant, and now we have to go this way. But the thing is, this team is playing. We cannot go across that. There's so many problems. But for Sin, so far, they've been playing as a silent killer, and it worked out so well for them.
Yeah, I think that in this situation for Sin, I mean, they don't have to go aggressive. They can just play passive, and playing for placement points has been working great for them. But in a lot of other teams as well, like if you look at the second place team just now, who was it? I got second just now. I cannot remember for the life of me. They were only 1 point behind. Even though, and the reason why is because they had a lot of elimination points. So regardless of how exactly you approach the end of the game. I mean, ultimately, yeah, the chicken dinner is great, but getting those points might be even better because of what we want to get, which is toward the end of the game. Regardless, coming into the final map of Myanmar here, I mean, we did see that slow start from the beginning, but it was early skirmishes that we wanted to see. And yeah, that was exactly what we wanted. But I'm really liking the fact that even with teams that are having only one member still left alive, you have teams that are still surviving till the end with only 2 members. I like the fact that these teams know exactly how to play with only 2 members left. I'm talking about Austria here with Skynin and his teammate. And then APG, we're still seeing the same aggression come through. And this consistency, honestly, to me, is what really speaks to me about what exactly we can expect from these teams, what exactly we can see. And some teams, I mean, we have seen some teams that just dramatically change their gameplay as we go into the new week. And I like that because it shows that they understand that they're being microscoped by other teams. They understand that they are doing the bot reviews. They understand what are the mistakes, what problems they're actually hitting when they go through these certain rotations, and what exactly to change in terms of how they play different team dynamics. We saw a big mistake happen by WPM, and I'm hoping coming into this game, they come back into the game with a brand new mindset on how exactly to approach a 2-man sort of chicken dinner ending.
We're heading to our last map of Myanmar right here, right now. This is going to be wrapping up our first day in our last match. Let's go. Speaking of your question, Justin, it was APG on the second place. They got 2 players in the last minute fighting against one Sid Moy who managed to clutch it out with the DPS, and that takes a lot of composure, calm, and coolness to able to deliver in that sort of situation. And we had sort of El Pozo / Crater Field circle before. It feels like a trend and a pattern now today, Tash, that you might actually have very similar circles for even Myanmar.
Yeah. You know what? I want to circle over a La Drillera. Look at that high ground near there. It's so fun.
If only we have the power to, give the command of the circle. We want him. We got it.
Yeah, I want it here. I'm the caster and I can tell you what to do. You know what was really interesting about 30-second SEA games is the fact that, I don't know why, but in Pro League, I rarely ever see anyone drop a Minas this serve. Ever. But during the SEA games, there's only one team that drops them, and it's the Philippines. Until today, I question why.
Minas Desert is not really a very strategy place to start as the initial drop spot.
No, I'm talking about why they decided to drop there, because it's strange, right?
Because one of the many reasons that's the best way for them to actually not being eliminated too early on, because all the other places are very hot when it comes to their drops. So Minas Desert is not really as luxurious when it comes to those loot, but at least it was kind of promising you in terms of survival rate, right? So we do have... I just hope it will be Montenuevo, not on top of El Pozo again. But if it's going to be Montenuevo, it's going to be a tough one because of the terrain itself. The intersection between those streets will be having a lot of open field for these guys. You have to pick a side of the street and you have to pray and fingers crossed that the circle will be on your side of the map. But as per usual, KE will not compromise Harame Bro when it comes to the same spot again. They take up the challenge once more. First round, Bro lost. KE won. Can it be the same fate here?
Yeah, Boy Shot already has a shotgun, which is honestly the best weapon to play in a CQC. And speaking of CQCs here, it's the guys of Asia that finds Ray. Now coming back into this fight, Boy Sean using Dale as bait, no one coming for him, he kicks him down. Now he finds Kaya. Kaya in trouble. Kaya, are you gonna survive? No, you're not. You're gonna go down. Few runs up forward. Not sure if actually gets a pick on there. There we go. That shotgun is doing a lot of work for him. 2 already for Boy Sean. Here's MM. He's gonna say, I'm gonna go aggressive. You know what? Let's have Orange as well, going down to that shotgun. Few as well. Get sprayed. Go down. Boy Sean is doing a lot of work. And just like that, he got 3 picks already. But he lost 2 members in that process. Trying to go for the revive. MM all alone. What are you trying to do here? Why are you trying to get a pick before you go down? At least 1 point. Give me something. A piece of crumb. He does a little bit of healing. At the very least, he can go for that reset. He does have a box by him as well. He's gonna try and go for that reset. Gets up. Not sure he gets everything. He does have a little bit more heals. He has a little bit more shield. At the very least, energy link that can be used. But three-way area opens the door. He's trying to be very sneaky, but look at the sprays from three people. A little bit too overwhelming, and he goes down just like that. And you don't challenge Boy Sean when he has a shotgun.
I feel like it will be expected. We will be expecting to see tomorrow's performance where we don't see KE versus Harame Bro anymore unless they want to challenge for the third time. So far, it's a 2-0 for now, and KE been winning 2 times in a row on top of that compound. But at least this time, Davan survived. Another player actually being finished off, and it's a good start for Davan, at least for this round.
I was very.
He got knocked.
That fight.
He got knocked.
Yeah. I know. I was very amused by that fight. The fact that you dare to challenge Boy Sean, who has a shotgun so very early, I would have just said, I'm out. I'll fight him from a long range, but I don't want to fight him inside of the building. Oh man, talk about early damage. You not even 5 minutes into the game, right?
At least last round it was way better for Harame Bro due to they got at least one survivor to last a bit longer for those position ranks. But this time they have nobody else, and they will be the first to be eliminated, and this is the last game of the day. If they want to come back, I have a feeling tomorrow they will change their drop spot due to this reason only, and this is why we're talking about first day is super important for these guys. And for the side of KE, they can relax and know for sure that they will take the compound for themselves, not going to exchange any more fire maybe with bros. But for the bro team, if they want to challenge another time, I mean, like, we're more than welcome to see that. But at the same time, is it worth it? Is it really worth taking those risks again? Because they lost 2 times in a row now. But for the other teams, FOD, surprisingly, FOD, after first few maps, they were brilliant up to Erangel, but then they got eliminated early on. So this is surprising for FOD. Very quiet.
Well. Yeah, it is very quiet earlier. Like, you see early skirmishes, the only skirmish we saw was KE and ERO. Oh man. Not too sure how exactly this match is going to go toward the end, but I'm really hoping this might be PBE's, start or the rise to the top. Sometimes people, get good toward the end of the day, and perhaps this might be the time. Maybe they're DGen hour gamers, who knows? But TGO, AA, we saw earlier that they got a pick onto, we talked about that just now, how they were able to take one pick so very early. And for MQN, the aggressive plays so far has been really good, but given the fact that they're at 12th place, not exactly the best outcome for them. You know that they want to play aggressive. You know that they want those early fights. But when we talk about survivability, it's barely existent. Because I'm not saying that you have to survive to get those placement points, but if you're going to go out early, at the very least, have a sizable amount of eliminations, if that is the mindset you have going to the game.
The thing is, they really tried, they do. We're talking about them when it was Erangel. They do have more confidence if you compare with their Miramar map placement. And they always got themselves
I spoke too soon!
No, they got their knockdowns, but the problem is always the execution. But at least this time they got 1 point. It's always been stolen away by the other teams watching. But at least now they know it's only them and the other team, but Falcon will fire back. And they reply with a really warming fire, but AV on the other end, MQN, if not being careful enough, they'll be compressed too and being sandwiched here.
Yeah, FCon. Already one member lost. But for MQN, same goes. Enigma's still in the blue zone. Wonder what they're up to. I mean, we talk about slow rotations, but I'm just wondering how their rotation looks like. Sometimes you wish, as casters, that we could just have like a big map on our side just to see how the rotations go, so they can make a little bit more story. Yeah, that would be so great, right? To be able to see the rotations. It tells a bit more of a story on how it's gonna go. Fortunately, not the case for us this time around, as Soya, despite the fact he was already able to get a pick, Trixie will be keeping his eye on this guy. Top side of terrain, Magic as well. It's always fun to see Magic's play because he is just so aggressive with his shots. DD, long range rifle coming through here, unfortunately. Does pick one member down.
Not the best
beautiful!
Timing. Not the best timing.
Yeah, not the best timing, but very fun to watch though. He does manage to flip the car over, and Magic's gonna go and reconvene with his teammates. But you do see that Soya was, I believe, a monster truck just now. Was able to get away with that. Here's his teammate coming forward. He wants to find that Trixie. Raul cooking up that nade. If he's able to play this smart, he might be able to save Trixie and get a pick in return as Magic puts in the turn onto Soya. Trying to move away from the car, but the car is providing a lot of, I would say, damage mitigation coming forward here. Nate comes out here, eventually does find a member of FV. Spray out this time. MQN, his member, gonna go down here, but the blue zone will be coming up forward. He's trying to seal the deal on those kills. Magix as well. It's so hard to get an angle with that gun and from that range and from that height. A bit hard. Does eventually get it. Perfect situation for him, but has to be careful that AFCON is close by. He doesn't have a lot to use in terms of throwables, in terms of heals as well. But Raul, he's still very much alive. His teammates not close enough to him. If he goes down, that's it, and that's the end. Magix does go down. I'm not sure if they can actually go for that pick. And FV, Raul. That's a very big hit to him. Goes for the heal. And Soya as well. I don't know if anyone's going to go and pick him up.
I can see the idea coming up from FV trying to surround MQN, but he definitely is not aware that there's going to be another team. Falcon's just next to him, where Magix got himself those high vintage crown just now. And if only he's being a bit more aware, he definitely can save himself from being eliminated. Well, this is going to put FV in a very awkward situation. Not just the blue zone closing in, they cannot even pick out. Because how open it is, the moment he's trying to push forward and advance towards the circle. I just hope he got himself some vehicle. I just hope the buggy still works and no flat tire on that buggy for now, because he needs to flee. The time is not their side. They still have less than 1 minute 30 seconds, yes. But the Blizzard starts to hurt because they don't have that much health utilities. APG exit, taking, and he's back on his monster mode now. Exit, last time we saw him, he got 7 eliminations just by himself. So I'm more than happy to see if he can break his own record here.
I really wish we can put a camera on top of Exit, just see what is going on with his plays, how exactly he does his executes, because I don't think we've seen quite yet how the team goes with how they play. Chanlo and all alone, just like his name, he's so very low, in trouble this time. Cloud trying to give a little bit of cover for him, not gonna happen. What a shot! From across the map! So far away, it was an immediate headshot as well. Ouch! Enigma, despite the fact they didn't really have like the greatest day with their aggressive play, on this map it looks a lot better. How exactly they have positioned themselves. And this is APG as well. They have a compound and area to themselves in Ozja. We saw that area just now that Exit was able to get picked. I'm wondering what happened there, what story is happening. But here we are with G-Lab. They have to take this fight against APG. With APG in the middle of Ozja, not the best place to be. Because for Ozja, they can just be opportunistic. They can just go in for the third party. They can just put in the damage or they can just steal those kills. As Marcus will be the one to immediately reconvene with his teammates, providing at least a little bit more firepower. A nice flank perhaps will be the best case scenario for them. And you know that in terms of utility, not the best in his arsenal. Let's be real here.
I love how Marcus is trying to outflank them, but he's been discovered anyway because they're playing who's getting the bigger flanks in this case. But Marcus almost so close to being knocked down. 1 HP left, smoke up buggy almost exploded. But at the same time, APG, it's not just going to be G-Lab and Ozja they're fighting against. It's going to be more than that. The guys of Asian is here as well to take the crown. And Exit and Sonic kind of in an open space, but at least they barricade themselves with a couple of vehicles and some terrains to take covers. G-Lab tried to push forward. Scardy and also Kai try to come up from flank with those SLR, but the problem is there's going to be another team coming up from their right and left side. There's no way they are just there by themselves. Shroud spotted out Vipers, straight away open fire. We'll try to pray and spray, and that's a beautiful spray. Smoke up the vehicle. Being exploded, but never mind, spoke too early, and definitely will be knocked down in the middle of nowhere. Spoogle, he's definitely bleeding out. Nobody can save him unless they do have enough amount of smoke. But the problem is, if they open up the smoke, they have to take care of all different angles. We're talking about more than one team in the same vicinity here.
Such an open area as well, and it's gonna be the top who's gonna be playing the aggressive player coming in forward, trying to find a way into the circle. Now this circle, this 3-1 sort of play by WPM here, it says a lot about how they managed to get the chicken dinner earlier in the day, right? Because they were able to go for 2 different areas, a nice little set play. Federalis on the outside, either flanking or going for those long range trades. Now sprays out here as Mix is trying to just move toward his teammate. move toward a 2-2 formation. As Gerald, he does take a little bit of damage. They are aware where Davan is. They are aware where the other teammates are as well. But I'm not sure if he knows if Davan is alone. If they're aware that Davan is alone, they can put a little bit more pressure onto Davan in that situation, pick him off so they're not able to go for a trade. Regardless for TGOAA, Chuchu's favorite team right now, the meme, Dream, gonna cook up that nade. I don't know if it's actually going to change his mind actually. He knows it's going to APG inside the compound. We've seen APG play in compounds, and it's actually really crazy how well they are versed in playing those nasty angles, using those windows. Those micro angles are just very nasty. They know how to play it. They know when to just back off. I'm not sure where the other members of APG are. They are still around, but I'm curious to know what exactly is the play here as Federalis, who's all alone, tried to be a little bit sneaky, was spotted out.
West Point Mamba and though they are trying to take advantage as much as they can, staying at the sidelines, and KE being hunted down by Bros early on, now facing the wrath of West Point Mamba. Michi and Federalis going for the rush, trying to finish off the job for top is bleeding out. Can they still fight against those DBS? But Gerald will be spotted out from afar. They've managed to shut down on KE, but there's going to be another team from the high ground shooting them down.
Oh, man.
But the circle happened to be shifting over in the crate area. And not just that,
This
it's
is-
an open field.
yeah.
And the airdrop, pretty much not making anybody else's a favor here. But they do have the haystacks, so they can take cover. But the high ground, taken by GE, they can just farm all day.
Yeah, I am not a big fan of this circle. I mean, if I were a player, I'd be pretty annoyed at this circle because you have no clue. Do I want to hold on to this compound or do I want to go and fight GE for that high ground? And if I wanted to fight GE for that high ground, how dangerous would it be for me to take out that area? I would love to see situations like back then, how teams are a little bit more aggressive and taking up that space because they were a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more in terms of firepower, a little bit more rewarded to take up space. But in this situation, I don't think so, because if you see the whole area of the circle, because it is a crater in the middle, that means the potential of a trade from the other side of the circle is definitely able to. Now, Exit is on the outside of the compound, so he can go for a flank if he wants to. He can go for a backstab. With his shot coming forward here immediately, that DBS is doing so much work. Surprise! Come close to his compound and you go down, and that's exactly what Shroud is doing. Gonna rush up forward here, trying to pick other members of POAA, and Edward does go down. Exit is just so very aggressive with his teammate, and that's the play that I wanted to see here by APG, and that's exactly how they enable him as well. Two members on the inside and Exit just going crazy on the outside, having so much space to work with. It just works like a dream. Now moving our attention to PBE here with 2H2R going down to FOD. This might just be FOD's moment of redemption, because FOD, they didn't really have the best moments in the previous Myanmar, and this is where they can say, okay, let's farm as many kills as we want. He does have a shotgun to work with. He does that one going down. Raul answers, but Erimon is able to trade back.
On the side of PBE, they've been cornered here, down to the place where there's no window, no exit out. At least a small window. He can actually flee if he needs to, but Raimon, no time to recuperate with a shotgun. Scared the heck out of us, but that Mini 14 still plays a bigger part against the DBS. But never mind that PBE bleeding out, still leaking their wound. Can they have enough time to recuperate?
Oh my
or
God, what a
FOD taking advantage, but at the same time, or just not to move. Atif cannot know where the shot's coming from his Enigma across the street.
Oh, that is so nasty! You think that you have a lot of cover playing in these warehouses, but the potential of a trade from the other side, the kill steal's a little bit too much. And Enigma, this time around, we talked about aggression, and suddenly in this game, they change it up. They say, let's play very, very passive and go for those third parties. And it's working out so well in their favor. They have already 4 points in terms of eliminations in the bag. Regardless, for FOD this time around, they don't have the most in terms of players, but they do have, what they have in mind is they do have experience. If they're able to play the same way as Austria did earlier, they might come up on top. But regardless of how they want to play this is still a very difficult area to work with, because this warehouse is totally open in the front side. Even if they were to rotate out, the area outside them is just all straight up open air. You can hear the sounds of shots coming through here. HWG now also in trouble. They do have a nice terrain to work with on the outside. I like the fact that they have a player on the top side, on the outside, as well as the inside. And for HWG today, this is the most proactive I've seen them in terms of taking up space. They have 4 different compounds held down together. Unfortunately, only one tiny one will be inside of the circle. And now, GE forced to go down that terrain to get inside of the circle. They can either go toward WPM, take that fight, or they rush forward, and that's exactly what Ichi is doing right now. But as they do that, beware of the shots coming in from the opposite side of the circle because it's going to be very nasty.
APG, on the other hand, they let Marcus book themselves the only compound those crates right now, and they start to move straight into the compound, knowing it's a very clear sight, nobody is actually watching them. Now, the first and foremost contender will be GE coming up from the terrain like you mentioned before and going straight for the compound instead. But HWG used to be SKR player, which is going to be Mewtwo and Yahiko. I used to love SKR so much. I'm so sad they are parting ways and divided into two different teams right now. Yahiko now is trying to push forward against Speed, and for the side of the West Point Mamba, they are not alone. It was clear at first, but
Sonic!
now they're rushing in, and Shroud getting on Jarrell. Sonic is trying to flush them out, but he's going alone with support fire from the back. Shroud being knocked down. Marcus already cooked up the nade, but Sonic on the other hand is too close to just solo rush in. This is just a tough one. At least he got two!
Oh my God!
Perfect projectile!
What is going on? That was the most perfect nade I've ever seen. I was looking out for exit. He's a little bit too late. Does go down eventually, but Sonic is cooking right now. He got so many members down. He was playing so very nastily. Despite that, 1 point stolen away. APG is going to be very happy with this. Going to be able to go for the resets as well. Speaking of reset here, 2HR not able to go for that. Nearly goes down. Nang putting in the hurt. Knocks him down. 2HR is stolen away by Koopa. Regardless, Nang, he is stuck between a vehicle, at the very least staying very quiet. Has to go for a reset. This is some desperate plays we're seeing here from these players trying to get into the circle. This is why it's very scary when the circle pulls into an area with all of these compounds. You have no clue where someone might be inside. And especially with the DBS, it does no one any favors. Yeah, it's great when you have it in your hand. That's exactly what Sonic was doing. He played outside the window and just jumped up, got those picks, go outside again. Even though he was alone, it's so hard for everyone to really rush him when you are up against someone with a DBS. You have to wait. And you saw some crossfires coming through as well from the other members of APG. This is the best I've ever seen APG play here in the wildcards.
You know, they got the chicken in the first day of the day, and Sunhawk is more aggressive than this, but you have Exit and Sonic, especially Exit, even though he didn't just score himself any eliminations by now, but we do know what this man capable of. Very high caliber player. But on the side of GLAB, they were being very sneaky since the start, taking advantage being the third party and now going straight into the compound, knowing exactly where APG stands because they saw the early fights on. But GE, surprisingly, nobody spotting them out, and they managed to climb down those high hills. And nobody tried to touch them first. And GE coming up from the hills on the other side and not going straight down. That was a very smart move. Now, all Jab on the other hand have to share the same fate here, yes.
Yeah, how are they unpunished? I was so sure. Exactly,
they're playing alongside the terrain on the right side. They didn't go straight down, except for West. A bit bold move, but well worth it because he knows so much information now regarding all the other teams. Yeah.
Look at how aggressive they are. Now GLAB gonna chase Exit here. He's all alone on top side of this house. Jumps down. His teammates close by if they want to go for a trade too, if they want to. But he is in a different area. So how exactly it goes here is that you can have either Sonic or Exit play as a distractor, play as a rusher forward, go aggressive, put in the damage. His teammates just go for the long range picks. Shroud has been so good at doing that. Dragon has been knocked down here. You hear a nade come out at the same time. Another nade will be cooked by Skadi. Exit not moving quite yet. There's a lot of silence in for the team. A nade to come through with some smokes as well. Just give them a little bit more breathing space. Skadi, very bold move playing on the outside of the circle. They have to take this fight against the team if they want to get inside. No movement quite yet. Smart move to put those smokes. It's a little bit of a wormhole. Allows them to really reposition themselves to get into the circle. Move to the warehouse beside them. But look at APG as well. They had immediately repositioned themselves as soon as they heard the sound of the buggy. But the question now is how exactly are they going to approach this in terms of this fight? They do have DBSs, but they have to get close enough in range to be able to get the full value of that gun. Not sure if they know that there's a player from APG inside the shack outside. If they're not, if they don't keep an eye on them, it can spell trouble because Sonic can just jump out, just really rush forward as the noise comes out from exit, and he can just go and just get some picks with the DBS, just like they saw earlier against the other team. Skynin will be the one to open up into exit. Exit's now in trouble. That open house area did not do anything. Dragon, a little bit of a mishap there. It's a lot of damage from that Molly.
I do want to see what happened to GE Master Ichi just now. He got himself triple kill by himself at the other end, because we're looking at West on the other side of the map entirely, while the rest of GE separated at a stretch between them. And GE, the rest of the team, the trio, is actually worked so much on this end. We're talking about a northern side here. They're taking one by one team down. HWG will be their next victim here. With Zai, definitely will give away all this information towards the rest of the team. And now they want to go for the push, because they know for a fact they already knocked one player down. All they need to do is just finish off the job. FOD, on the other hand, tried to take advantage of what's happening here and distracted way too much, tunnel vision towards HWG. If they're not being careful, GE can just wipe off the floor with two teams back to back. But Smile once more taking on FOD at the same time. GE is staying as a 4 with West far apart. They know exactly where all the other teams' positions are.
Catastro with the opening onto Skadi, but a nade come through. The question is whether or not they'll be able to follow up with that. Hiko finds speed. This is a very interesting circle, I have to say, with Austria. 2 different areas held down, and the circle will be favoring them. And this situation, when you have all the space in the world to play, you have a nice little shack as well, a vehicle, and your teammate on the other side ready for those trades. This might be the best case scenario for Austria. Alpha, huge pick onto Speed, and Spade immediately lobbied as well. Zyaki Hiko as well. This is the most aggressive I've seen HWG so far today. A lot of questions coming through on what this team is capable for, and these bold plays are just going so very well for them. With GE still inside, or rather the outskirts of the circle, they do know that they have some time to push through, but the open area is just so difficult to navigate. If they were to just push through, they will be sprayed out here by HWG. There are some haystacks, but haystacks can only cover one side. Some smokes are out just to give them a little bit of space to move around, and you can hear the gunshots, but no one is really getting clipped. If anything, it's just to really tell the other players, we're over on this side. If you were to rotate, you better be careful, as we Ranzer with the opening onto Yatka to bring us down to our 4 teams left, and Yatka immediately taken out.
For the side of Austria Esports, they are splitting their team into 2-2 here, just to cover each side of the map in case the last circle would not favor the Master. Each being shot from afar. There's going to be Ranzer on fire. He's on rampage mode right now. The rabbit call it is, but Smile will return the favor while shutting down on Mewtwo of HWG. And that's going to be remaining with only 2 players left. Austria got the numbers right, but GE still can revive their teammate. It's bleeding out right now. Skynin know exactly where West is and try to open fire, but before that he needs to shut down the one that made knocked down. We couldn't spot them out due to the haystacks in between. The small shacks of haystacks is just in their way. HWG might be compressed 2 ways here, but if they're not being careful and not aware, for Small will be the closest one to shutting down on HWG. If they're not being aware, just turn their vision to a side of the other team, the HWG can just get in the chicken without nobody touching them. But Smile spotted them out. Zai as well. They need to shut down HWG before they're taking the fight against Austria.
This Carry is here. Carry should definitely be his name, because he's been the one to revive his teammates. Hasn't moved quite yet. The circle pulling away from everyone this time around. Everyone has to come forward here. A very open field. And the question now is, who will be on the opening? Who spots who out first? Astro trying to put in a little bit more pressure onto GE, as HWG hasn't moved quite yet. They do have a little bit more time before the circle finally hits them. But what they're trying to do now here is go for picks. If you're able to go for a pick from any team, it gives them a little bit of breathing space in terms of dealing with the firepower. If you look at in terms of number advantage, GE, the team that's still alive with 4 members. We talked about GE's aggression today, and the fact that they're able to still survive to the top 5 has been very phenomenal. They weren't really at the best situation the previous map, but this one around though, I think it looks so very good. HWG down to 2, and now with GE, they're just so very excited to start this match because they have full control of the northern side of the circle. Now, how they want to approach this is perhaps they can stay quiet and let Austria and HWG take each other out, or they can be a little bit more aggressive and put in the damage and just kind of hit them from long range. Speaking of that though, it's gonna be Skynin, finds Alpha, immediately takes him out, some firepower out of the way, and GE is just smiling in glee right now because there's another less team to worry about. HWG, Yahiko, last man standing as Skynin wants to take up space. Getting himself a little bit closer to GE is what they want to do. A very bold move here, but he's putting a lot of trust onto Astro to provide that fire, that cover fire for him as well, so that they're not able to pressure him. Ranzer takes a little bit more damage, but no movement quite yet. And I think the only thing they can do is just wait for another 10 more seconds to will we see an explosive movement from these teams, because no one is willing to give up that space quite yet unless they really have to, because it's such an open area.
I'm waiting for GE to spread out if they want to, but the only one that's stopping them from doing so is going to be Yahiko from HWG. That one player can change so much the outcome of GE and Ultra both at the same time. But Renzo trying to outflank them. At the same time, Blues and shrinking in. West were forced to move. Now he's coming in with the buggy, but HWG will be eliminated by the blue zone and also the players in front. GE still have a 4. Ultra, on the other hand, have to work with a 2 now as they knock one down. Still licking their wound. They cannot even recuperate, but GE will be replied by Ultra. At the same time, that nade and that molly works so wonderfully well on the side of Ultra, but now living with their only Astro Axe. Here comes Mal, try to bait things out, finish off the job and secure the points. Can Astro reply to this? Mal, take the fight head on. Astro Axe finish off
Oh my
EG.
God.
They cannot see Astro Axe. It's just a nick away, just a bullet away from being knocked down. Managed to reset himself. Close enough. Here comes the nade. It will be surprising for Smile. He didn't see this one coming. They try to just lean and pick.
Oh, what a
the nade! Drop him down. Close enough. Astro, can he clutch this by himself?
Oh man, what a nade by Astro. He throws out one more, but Astro goes down and GE gets that chicken dinner. It's so very close between these two teams. Austria showing us the firepower they have, but GE surprisingly managing to take it back and coming up on top. What a match! And this is the match I really wanted to see from these two teams. Genesis Esports coming up on top.
Between Smile and Master Ichi, doing a lot of heavy lifting with the rest of the team being their best support ever. I have to say, GE, that was a difficult round, but the moment HWG goes down, it makes their life way easier to deal with Ultra Esports. But you have to give so much respect for Astro Axe. He almost clutched the entire thing by himself and lasted so long by himself before the rest of GE obliterated him for this chicken dinner. But nonetheless, GE, I mean, this is a great run for them. I mean, usually when it comes to league, they're not really the teams that are getting top 3 in the entire league, and they just shoot up in the last minute when it comes to the grand finals and playoffs. But at least this time we can see an improvement coming up from last season. They're coming very strong, setting a tone in this tournament this time.
I think it's more about Genesis Esports really understanding how exactly to deal with these teams and understanding how exactly Austria played. And I think there's a lot of outplays by them because, you know, we talked about how GE is a very aggressive team, and that's exactly what we saw in the beginning of the day. And then as we move toward the end of the day, we start to see a little bit of micro adjustments now and then. They are still very aggressive, but not tunnel visioning anymore, not very all in. They're having this nice little set play to come through and understanding the amount of pressure they can have or amount of control they can have on that circle itself. And the thing is, I thought that what the GE wanted to do was wait for the two teams, Austria and HWG, to really just take it out, just wait for them to just clean up house. But the thing is, GE is a lot more proactive than I thought. And at first I was like, okay, maybe it wasn't really the best situation to be in, but I think it's more of like GE understanding that they have the advantage in terms of numbers. So what exactly can we do here? Play aggressively as we can. Send Smile forward, play aggressive, and if Smile goes down, we can go for the trade because we have a one-man advantage over Austria. And because Austria was also taking a lot of firepower from HWG, it works so much in their favor. And honestly, at the end of the day, I think that for GE, all I can say is just calculated.
Everything is calculated. There's no such thing as luck when it comes to pro teams, yes, but you have to give it to them. They fought their way into it. Look at how much elimination they might secure in the last minute. I I'm not sure if there's anybody got themselves a double digit this time. The only time we have a double digit was the start of the day, which was APG back then, with the 13 eliminations as high as by far for today and the first start of a fall season. But coming up from G-Lab, you have to give it to them as well. We have seen them very quiet, very last-minute push to be compared with all the other teams. Maybe they just start to warm up their engines here. But G-Lab, this is their best round yet. And same goes for HWG, who has been aggressive in Erangel map multiple times, but has been very quiet when it comes to Rama. I'm loving the fact that they're changing their pattern of play compared to the last map. But here it comes, 12 eliminations for GE. I feel like this is definitely them pushing up and push down. Who was number one just now again? I think it was not APG. Who was it in the first one? Sin, with a double digit, right? Double chicken dinner. So this definitely feels like they pushed down Sin in this last minute push. But at the same time, you know, tomorrow is a different game entirely.
Yeah. I think that when you look at GE, you talk about consistency, and I think this is exactly what we talk about in terms of how they played. They don't necessarily need those chicken dinners to really push them up on top, and when they do, it's just technically a cherry on top for their aggressive way of play. And I still think that they are definitely the team to really follow in terms of, like, you know, if you want to follow a team or a model you want to follow, it's going to be GE. Because why do I say that? Because throughout this entire day, coming to the final circle, they've been surviving as a 4. It's very rare that you see one of them picked out so very early. And I think that this is a very, I would say, crucial reason why they're so powerful in terms of firepower, and by having a lot of members still left alive, they're able to not only trade but also play aggressively by allowing Smell to take up as much space as he wants. Now Sin still maintaining that first place spot, but GE really pushed himself out. It's only a 2-point deficit here despite everything. And on top of that, if you look at in terms of eliminations here, Sin is going more for rank points, but elimination wise, GE has it in the bag. And look at the rank point disparity. It's pretty huge between the two teams.
And not just that, I noticed about the third and second place, which are going to be APG and GE, pretty much have very similar sort of a balance between the points, the elimination points and their ranking points as well. They're just 1 point shy of a difference when it comes to those eliminations. But what I read most is going to be the second page players and teams here. They barely got any points for the side of PBE for multiple times consecutive rounds for now, and don't land themselves any rank point. This is very questionable, but for Haru and Bro, it's a very different situation entirely. They got themselves 12 elimination points, but 0 placement points. That just shows how aggressive these guys want to play the game.
I mean, look at Enigma as well. We talked about how aggressive they are, and look at that. They only have 2 rank points, but 16 eliminations already so far. And if we compare that to the first place spot, I think the highest was GE just now with 27. Only 10 differential. And I think that this is actually a statement play. And I think for Enigma, I think if they go back to the drawing board tonight, I would really like to say that, yes, you are very aggressive, but it would be so much better if they can get some extra points from those placements, because I believe that it can really launch them up. You don't necessarily have to get a chicken dinner. You can just maybe get a top 8, top 7, and I think it'll already be so much better for them in terms of getting those extra points to really launch them up to the top 10 at the very least.
And speaking of top 10, right, and also we haven't actually put under spotlight enough for Vipers clan because of how they are kind of popping off when it comes to surviving time in top 5 rate. Is actually quite high, but we don't see a lot of Vipers. We see a lot of skirmishes, yes, but they just having a bit of difficulty to secure those eliminations. They got a couple of knockdowns, a lot of damage output being given out for all the other teams out there, but still they are one of the teams that should watch out for. But GE across the board, they are pretty much consistent when it comes to day number 1.
I think for
same
GE,
as for APG.
Yeah. I mean, for GE, I think it's to be expected, in my opinion. We've seen them play, but I think it is an improvement regardless. But it is something that I already expected from GE. But if you look at APG this time around, I think last season when they had the roster with 0, I think like it was so hard for them to really even, play aggressively. They didn't want to play aggressively. They were getting picked off. They were very late to the circle. But with Exit here, I think this season with the new roster, they're looking a lot better in terms of their aggression, in terms of decision making, and I love how proactive they are. It's so different between last year and now, and I love seeing this growth with APG. Now for GE, I think they came into this tournament very much ready, and I don't blame them because some of them did play during the 32nd SEA Games, I believe. I'm not sure if they played at IESF. I need to check again. But I think because they had that ongoing tournaments on and on, it provided them with this, I wouldn't call it scrim, but it provided them with a lot of knowledge as well as, I would say, practice coming into this tournament. And it really shows in terms of what they learned throughout these last few months.
Oh boy. But speaking of the season MVP race, right, I feel like Exit do kind of under the spotlight right now compared to
He
Smart.
is.
I mean, even Mernat, even though we do know his name is Marnat, is actually not really on the low eliminations. He got himself quite a high number there, but Exit, because of the damage output, he plays smart. You have to give it to this guy. His eliminations and damage output dished out is not that too far off compared. But you know what? We're gonna end the show. But I'm still looking at the stats just now before we end the show. But yeah, speaking of tomorrow, though, I'm looking for APG performance because we didn't see this side of APG for the longest time.
No.
The usual one, APG is always like, you know what? They're there. They're always in the middle bracket. But this time it shows a very different side with Exit play alongside with them.
Yeah. I really like seeing that change in them, and I really like, I mean, it's always fun when you see a dynamic change in a team, and I definitely think that this is one of the most noticeable I've seen so far, with GE coming in as a team that I would say has a lot of experience, and then with APG coming up on top playing very aggressively. One thing to note though is for these two teams is like playing well on day number 1 puts you in the spotlight which you may be microscoped, and I hope that this team has in their playbook page number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of how exactly they want to play on day 2 and forward, because I understand that you do have to change your gameplay as the roster shuffle next week, but you might as well do that before the end of the week, because I don't want to see, because honestly, you know, coming from trends, you always see these teams really shine on day number 1 and then you start to question what is going on day number 2. Regardless, this is the end of the day for us for the PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall 2023. Choo and Tash Bunny, we're done for today. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.